Chapter 103. Celestine came the day after Jingtan agreed to help. Like before, Celestine first called Zhao Pa to inform him, then went to the eastern courtyard. He looked around and didn't find Jingtan, so he pressed the horn rhythmically. Jingtan was sleeping on a tree nearby. Hearing the horn, he jumped down from the tree and came to Celestine's car. However, unlike before, Jingtan didn't directly jump through the open window this time, but walked outside. "Hey, Black Charcoal, where are you going?" "A star is going to the night building tonight. It's a rare opportunity," Celestine said as he drove to catch up with Zhang Xian. Jingtan trotted out of the school gate. This time, he didn't run directly through the grass, but directly on the sidewalk so that Celestine could see him. After leaving the school gate, he went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant. In the car, Celestine felt strange. What does the cat want to do? It wasn't easy to drive further into the street, so Celestine parked his car at a place in front of the school gate, then went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant. When he arrived, Jingtan was already squatting on a chair, waiting for him. Jiao Wei's parents were already familiar with each other, so they weren't too surprised to see Jingtan. However, when they saw Celestine, one of Jiao Wei's parents came to greet him warmly. After all, Celestine had helped them before, while the other went to call their son's dormitory. When Jiao Wei came back yesterday, he had told his parents that if the cat came with Celestine, they should call him immediately. If he wasn't in the dormitory, they should try to get Celestine's phone number, or directly tell Celestine his dormitory number. When Celestine was free, they could contact him. Although his parents didn't think it was a good idea to ask Celestine's phone number, since their son had asked, and if there was no one in the dormitory, they could only try. Fortunately, Jiao Wei and the others didn't go out today. They were too tired yesterday, so they all rested in the dormitory today. After receiving a call from the restaurant, Jiao Wei hurriedly took his bag and rushed to the restaurant. He was prepared to go to the restaurant to help at this time, but if Celestine came, Jiao Wei would bring more money, just in case. He had heard people say that when asking for help, one had to be polite. Even if Celestine didn't want it, there were others. Speaking of which, Jiao Wei was still thinking about this last night. He was still skeptical about the cat, but he didn't expect to receive news the next day. Sure enough, as Su Chu said, this cat's ability was really quite big. Celestine, who was sitting in the restaurant, was quite confused. Seeing that Jiao Wei's parents were a little embarrassed, he waved his hand. "You two go ahead, don't worry about me. The students will be coming out soon." Celestine didn't plan to eat here, so he asked Jiao Wei's father to bring a glass of water. "Black Charcoal, what's the matter? Why did you bother to ask me to come here?" Celestine looked at the cat on the chair next to him and asked. Jingtan didn't answer. He didn't even know, so how could he answer Celestine? Jiao Wei ran over. Their dormitory was a little far from here, and the school bus always stopped on the way. Therefore, he didn't take the bus. It seemed like it was better to buy a bicycle. It would be more convenient to go in and out, and when the restaurant started to provide takeout, he could also help with the delivery. After drinking 2 glasses of water, Jiao Wei said to Celestine, "Uncle Wei, there's something I need your help with." "Don't say uncle and you. I feel like I'm a lot older." Celestine laughed and got up to leave. He knew that Jiao Wei's words couldn't be said here. He couldn't let his parents hear it. Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents, took his bag, and followed Celestine out. Jingtan followed. He was also curious about what it was that needed Celestine's help. After leaving the restaurant, Jiao Wei was a little embarrassed and told Celestine about the situation in his restaurant. He hoped that Celestine could provide some information. At least, he would know who to give the gift to. Ever since the incident in his restaurant, Jiao Wei had asked some of his classmates and indirectly asked some of the other restaurants. He knew more things that outsiders didn't know. Sometimes, after paying the fee, it was not as if nothing had happened. Someone might come to find trouble. Jiao Wei was thinking of taking a step back now. As long as his parents could safely run this shop, it would be fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Besides, he was indeed a newcomer, so it was better to show some goodwill. Jing Tan was beside him and pulled his ear. That's all it took. But it was true. It wasn't easy to be an ordinary person, especially an outsider who didn't have any background. That's the situation. So, I want to ask if you can give me some advice. Jiao Wei was a little nervous. After glancing at Celestine, he lowered his head. His hands that weren't carrying the bag were in his pockets. His palms were sweaty. Celestine didn't bother with the words uncle and you this time. He shook his head and said, I'm not a local, and I don't know much about this place. But Jiao Wei was a little discouraged when he heard Celestine's words. But there was hope when he heard the last sentence. But it's possible to solve the problem, but it's a little overkill. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this. Those people probably won't come next month. If they come again, just call me. Celestine told Jiao Wei his phone number. Jiao Wei quickly took out a piece of paper and wrote it down. Jing Tan thought that Celestine was probably going to find Senior Walnut or Yi Hao's people. One was white, the other was black. But no matter which side it was a waste of talent. Celestine had a good impression of Jiao Wei. From the few times they met, the young man was a good person. He was ambitious, but that wasn't a bad thing. As long as he had a good heart, it was fine. That, Uncle Wei. Jiao Wei didn't know how to express himself. He didn't expect Celestine to take over this matter. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when the time comes. Wei Ling knew what Jiao Wei was thinking the moment he heard what Jiao Wei said. Let's not talk about giving gifts and money. How about this, I'll eat at your place for free. Of course. You can go whenever you want. Jiao Wei was happy to be able to solve the problem of his store. Oh yeah, you don't have anything going on today, right? Celestine asked. No. Jiao Wei quickly answered. Although he originally planned to help his family look after the store, he was afraid that Celestine had other things to do, especially things related to his store. Then let's go together. I'll take you out to play today. Young man, why are you always bored in school? Celestine walked to the parking lot as he spoke. Jiao Wei went home and talked to his parents. Then, he got into Celestine's car. You can sit in the front passenger seat. Celestine said to Jiao Wei. The back seat is for black charcoal. That guy will roll around in the back seat when he's bored. You'll be disliked if you sit there. Don't take up its space. Jiao Wei was speechless. He was not as good as a cat. Black charcoal, Housie will bring the Monseigneur over today, Celestine said as he drove. That big cat. Jing Tan thought for a moment. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen that big cat for a while. She heard that after following Yi Hao, that cat was doing quite well. Master Tang the Seventh always showed off outside, showing off in front of everyone. Jiao Wei sat in the front passenger seat obediently and listened to Celestine talking to the cat in the back seat. Although the cat in the back seat did not reply, Celestine did not stop talking. Jiao Wei did not know anything about the Monseigneur or the NB band. When they arrived at the night building, Jiao Wei was a little dumbfounded. Yesterday, he and his classmates passed by here. When they were on the bus, they saw the night building outside. They discussed it with a few of their roommates and wondered when they would have a chance to go inside. However, they heard that the cost of living there was extraordinarily high. Jiao Wei looked at his casual clothes that did not match the surroundings at all. At first, he felt a little awkward. However, when he saw Celestine, he calmed down a little because Celestine was also wearing casual clothes. Just like before, Celestine did not enter through the front door. Jiao Wei followed the man and the cat in front of him and entered through a side door. Not long after they entered Celestine's exclusive room, Yi Hao came in with the Monseigneur. After the fall of the one above, Yi Hao did not need to hibernate anymore. He was so busy that no one could see him. Today, he happened to be free, so he came to the night building to rest and have a few drinks with Celestine. Xing Tan looked around. Beside Yi Hao was Leopard. It was the same as usual. He did not see Ron Qi. He guessed that Ron Qi was now afraid of cats. It was different from the last time he saw it. The big cat now indeed had the demeanor of a Monseigneur. Whether it was a CFH or a so-called super cat, it was still a cat. Cats were originally a little arrogant. In the past, the big cat lived a wandering life, so its fur was not so smooth. Now, not only was it smooth and shiny, it was also a little stronger. Its mental state was also good, and it was majestic. When it walked in, its tail was raised like a banner, and it was almost labeled tall, rich, and handsome. The Monseigneur was quite well behaved beside Yi Hao. After it came in, it squatted by the side and did not wander around. It was not like Xing Tan, who would lie down on the sofa, jump to the coffee table to eat and drink, and then go to the bathroom. It was a lot of trouble. However, this was the first time that Jiao Wei had seen the Monseigneur. It was also the first time that he had seen such a big cat. Just now, he thought it was a dog. But when he looked again, what a big cat. This is the child of Black Charcoal's acquaintance. He is studying at Tsinghua University. Celestine introduced him to Yi Hao. Jiao Wei noticed that when Celestine introduced him, he said Black Charcoal's family, and not Associate Professor Zhao's family. This sentence was worth thinking about. Yi Hao said, "Oh," and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he started chatting with Celestine. Anyway, it was not a confidential topic. He was not afraid that Jiao Wei would hear it. Besides, since he was an acquaintance of Black Charcoal's family and was brought here by Celestine, he would not harm him. By the way, how's the project going? Celestine asked. Speaking of this, Yi Hao frowned. I can't get in touch with him. His secretary always says that he is busy and we need to make an appointment. But there are so many people who want to make an appointment. The queue lasts for more than 10 days. Third Master Fang is very busy every day. It is normal for him to be busy. You are not the only one who receives this kind of treatment. Celestine took the bottle of erguotu, clinked it with Yi Hao's, and drank 2 mouthfuls. Yi Hao glanced at the black cat, who was squatting on the side eating peanuts. Yeah, Third Master Fang even gives the cat a climbing frame when he is busy every day. Pfft. Celestine spat out a mouthful of wine. What? Third Master Fang gave the cat that thing. He personally gave it to him. Yeah. This was the information that Yi Hao had found out after much effort. Jiao Wei, who was sitting on the side, lowered his head. The alpaca in his heart began to gallop. It can't be what I think it is, right? It is indeed a relationship that goes through trials and tribulations together. Hausi, you have to hold on tight to this cat's leg. Celestine said with a smile. He emphasized through trials and tribulations together. Xing Tan pulled his ears, pretending that he did not understand the meaning of this word. He really did not want to think about those days. Although Celestine's word sounded like a joke, it was also reasonable. Yi Hao also planned to not talk about the project when he met the Third Master Fang. He planned to mention this cat first. Chapter 104. Jiao Wei had never thought of riding on a cat's coattails before. In fact, normal people wouldn't even think of riding on a cat's coattails, but now, Jiao Wei had really encountered it. Jiao Wei didn't know who the two people drinking sorghum wine with Celestine in such a high-end place were. He also didn't know the background of the third Uncle Fong they were talking about, but he was sure that the two were big shots, and the seemingly unreliable third Master Fong was obviously of a higher status. Yi Hao only stayed for a while before leaving, and the Monsignor followed him. Jing Tan didn't mind, since he wasn't familiar with the big cat, and he was just here to play. When the performance at the East Palace started, Jing Tan leaned against the open window and looked down. As for Celestine, as usual, he started to fish for information. Previously, he was fishing for information from Audine, and this time, he was fishing for information from Jiao Wei. The topic of conversation was still about the third Master Fong. Celestine was really curious about the third Master Fong's thoughts. After coming to Chuhua City, he actually gave a cat tree to a cat when he was so busy. Unfortunately, Celestine was going to be disappointed this time. Jiao Wei had only met third Uncle Fong for a short while, and didn't know anything else. Celestine looked at the cat lying there listening to the performance, and sighed. He wanted to help but couldn't even get some information. It wasn't just Yi Hao, but also Tian Yuan Genetics. A few partners had already asked Yuan Ziyi about the third Master Fong. Celestine originally wanted to help, but unfortunately, he couldn't get any information. As for Associate Professor Zhao, it wasn't suitable for him to fish for information. That would only make people think that he was insatiable. And Associate Professor Zhao had no intention of getting close to them. It was lucky to be able to get close to the third Master Fong, and it was all thanks to the cat. The rest was up to him. Thinking about the fortune cat Yuan Ziyi kept in the office, Celestine wanted to laugh. It was a pure black cat that Yuan Ziyi had specially made. Regardless of whether he was in the scientific research industry or not, as a businessman, he was always particular about this. After taking a sip of wine, Celestine sighed in his heart. It really is a fortune cat. They didn't stay too late today. At around 9 o'clock, Celestine asked someone to drive Jing Tan and Jiao Wei back to school. The driver had been here many times, and he was familiar with the road. He drove directly from the east gate of Chuhua University, and stopped at the gate of courtyard. Jiao Wei also got out of the car here. Looking at the black cat that jumped out of the car window and ran towards the family building, Jiao Wei felt that it was ridiculous. This cat's life was better than a human's. Who would believe this kind of thing? But if it could really solve the problem at home, he had to believe it. The moon in the night sky was quite bright. It would be Mid-Autumn Festival in 2 days. Jiao Wei looked up at the sky and walked towards the small restaurant. His parents would be worried if he didn't go back to the restaurant. When Jing Tan returned to the Zhao family, he saw Jiao Yuan opening a box. Mooncakes. Looking at the calendar in the living room, he almost forgot. But unfortunately, Mid-Autumn Festival wasn't a national holiday yet. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still in school. But Jing Tan looked at the 2 boxes of mooncakes. According to Jiao Ma's style, she wouldn't buy these, waste of money. She should have bought some from a cake shop. So, it must have been sent by someone else. Whenever it was a holiday, the gift-giving would begin. Whether it was in the government, the business world, or the workplace, there were all kinds of gift-giving. Even though Mid-Autumn Festival wasn't a national holiday yet, it still gave many people the opportunity and excuse to give gifts. For example, Third Master Fong, Chairman Zhao, and the others were the targets of those people who wanted to send gifts to. The 2 boxes in front of him were sent by Zhao Lu last night. There were originally 3 boxes. Zhao Pa took 1 box to the courtyard and gave some to Yi Axan and Su Chu. As they had already eaten dinner, Zhao Ma only allowed Zhao Yuan to eat 1. Zhao Yuan could bring another one tomorrow morning. If he felt hungry after 2 classes, he could take it out to eat. Mom, black charcoal also wants some. How many can I give it? Zhao Yuan shouted to Zhao Ma in the room. Each of you can only eat one. Black charcoal can only eat one. Black charcoal has gained weight recently. Zhao Ma, who was busy answering the phone, said. She then closed the door and continued to make calls. Little Pomelo opened an egg yolk for Jingtan. Jingtan was eating it on the sofa, but his ears were perked up. He was listening to the movements in the bedroom. Why was it so secretive when making a phone call? Did she not want the two kids to know? Zhao Yuan and Little Pomelo could not hear the sound of the phone call, but Jingtan could. Although it was not very clear, he could at least catch a few key words. It seemed to be related to the upcoming National Day holiday and buying a car. Jingtan moved his ears and stopped eating the mooncake. He listened carefully to the sounds in the room. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan was too talkative. Jingtan simply put down the mooncake and went to the door. He leaned close to the door and listened carefully. Seeing Jingtan's actions, the two kids who were eating mooncakes looked at each other. They put down the mooncakes in their hands and tiptoed to the door. They pressed their ears against the door to listen. Zhao Ma, who was talking on the phone, would never think that someone was eavesdropping at the door. She was still chatting happily. When the Zhao Pa came back, he saw the two kids standing on both sides of the door with their ears pressed against the door. There was also a cat below them. The cat's tail was curling from time to time, as if it was thinking about something. Seeing that the Zhao Pa came back, Zhao Yuan was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked the Zhao Pa excitedly, "Are we going to buy a car?" The Zhao Pa was amused. It turned out that the kid was eavesdropping because of this. "I'm thinking about it, but I haven't decided yet." Although he already had a plan, the Zhao Pa did not say too much. He did not want to disappoint the two kids if there were any changes. After all, Zhao Yuan and Little Pomelo were still kids. When they heard the Zhao Pa's words, they did not think too much about it. As long as there was a possibility, it was fine. They went back to the sofa and sat down, eating their unfinished mooncakes while watching TV. After eating, take a shower and go to bed. Don't watch TV too late. The Zhao Pa said to the two kids. When he passed by Jingtan, he stretched out his finger and poked Jingtan's forehead. You too. Go to bed early. Also, exercise more recently. Look at you. You've gained weight. Jingtan pulled his ears and went to Little Pomelo's room to look at himself in the mirror. He didn't gain much weight. Thinking back on his life, it seemed that other than picking up Little Pomelo, he only ate, slept, and watched the military training. As for food, he ate 3 meals a day with the Zhao family. He also ate some other food intermittently. Although he was a little picky, he had a wide range of food compared to other cats. Besides, he did not eat much, so there were some signs of him gaining weight. Would he become as fat as Depang after a while? Regardless of whether he gained weight or not, Jingtan picked up the running exercise that he had thrown away for a long time the next day. Old Madame Zhai came back after dancing. She was still waving the bright red woolen fan in her hand. When she saw Jingtan trotting, she shouted, "Yo, black charcoal, I haven't seen you running for a long time." An old lady next to old Madame Zhai also said, "That cat looks better than before." The so-called better meant that the cat was fatter. It was just that people here felt that it was better to raise a fatter pet. If the cat was too thin, people would think that you were mistreating your pet. Just like in the courtyard in the Eastern District, Depang was recognized as the best cat. Most people's first words when they saw Depang were, "This cat is really well raised." Back then, Depang's old lady was worried that the cat might have some diseases due to its fatness. She went to check on it. In the end, other than being fatter, there were no major problems. Everyone felt that it was quite strange that the cat could run and jump. No matter what, Jingtan decided to pick up the running exercise that he had put down for a long time. Anyway, the weather was gradually getting colder. It would not be as hot as it was in the summer. Recently, there were more people in the school square. The clubs were recruiting new members, so it was more lively. The members of the Roller Skating Association were in a formation, skating in circles around the school's main road. Some words were tied to their arms, which could be used to form publicity slogans. The equipment was also neat. When the group of people skated in front of them, it looked quite cool. It also satisfied some people's desire to show off. Therefore, many new students would go to the Roller Skating Association in the square to ask about the situation. There were also members of the Bicycle Association. A group of people rode flashy bicycles. Sometimes they held billboards, sometimes they shouted slogans, and rode around the school. In the square, where the association was, there were some photos. They were all taken during the holidays when they went out to travel by bicycle. There were also some slogans such as "Ride the World" on them, which satisfied some people's desire to go out by bicycle during the National Day holiday. Sometimes, you could see some students dressed up like anime characters. They were from the Anime and Manga Association. Chuhua City would sometimes hold some anime and manga fairs, and there would be cosplay. They would also participate, so every year, during the recruitment of new members in anime and manga fairs, you could see those eye-catching cosplayers on campus. Jingtan saw this when he was running. There were also many clubs that only advertised in the square. Jingtan stood in the distance and watched for a while. There were people in costumes, dancing skirts, and even people in martial arts and taekwondo costumes. Those were all very popular clubs. Jingtan had not participated in such activities when he was in university. At that time, he did not seem to pay attention to these things. Most of the time, he was not in school. He only learned about many activities that he would encounter in university after coming here. Jingtan also saw Jiao Wei. It was not that Jingtan's eyesight was too good. He just glanced at some of the more unpopular clubs on the periphery. There were not many people there. There was only Jiao Wei in one of the clubs. However, because of the angle, Jingtan could not see what club it was, and he was not very interested. After jogging for a while, when he passed by the Institute of Biological Sciences, he ran to the tree in front of Zhao Pa's office window to take a look. There was no one in the office. Axan and Su Chu were not there either. They were probably busy with experiments. Jingtan did not stay for long. He returned to the east courtyard and was about to go home to sleep for a while. He did not expect to see Third Master Fang's car parked downstairs. At this moment, Third Master Fang was leaning against the car door and taking out his phone. When he saw Jingtan, Third Master Fang was very happy. "Hey, I was just about to call your cat father. There's no one in your house. Help me open the door." Third Master Fang put away his phone again. Jingtan looked at him suspiciously. Didn't Celestine and Yihao say that this guy was very busy every day? Why did he have time to come here now? He jumped up and swiped his card. He took the key from Depang's house. After he came back from wandering, Jingtan felt that it was too troublesome to hide the key in the tree. So, he hid it in a place on Depang's balcony. Anyway, Depang usually squatted on the balcony to look after the house. If Depang went to visit relatives, Jingtan would hide the key in the tree. The Third Master Fang was not too surprised that Jingtan could open the door by himself. He had already known about it from Zhao Pa. When he was wandering, he even knew that this cat could turn on the hot water and use the hairdryer by himself. This time, Third Master Fang brought a few boxes of hardcover mooncakes. He was going back to Beijing for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but there were too many people who gave him gifts. He could not eat them all. After he gave some to his subordinates, Third Master Fong sent some to the Zhao family. After he sent them, he would drive back to Beijing. After the Third Master Fong put down the boxes, he called the Zhao Pa. After the call, Third Master Fong said to Jingtan, who was lying lazily on the sofa, "Your cat father seems to be buying a car." Although he did not say, "I heard some people talking over there." Chapter 105. After the Third Master Fong left, Jingtan leaned on the balcony and stared downstairs. When a car drove in, he craned his neck to take a look. When little Pomelo and the others finished school, Jingtan did not see the car he expected. He had no choice but to go to the affiliated to Renmin University of China to pick up the kids. At noon, the Zhao Pa had already called the people at the small restaurant to tell them that he would not be coming over for lunch. Jingtan guessed that the Zhao Pa was probably still busy with the car. However, it was hard for Associate Professor Zhao to go out to look for cars during working hours. He probably left the work at hand to Exan or Su Chu. Although he did not see the Zhao Pa in the morning, Jingtan did not go out in the afternoon. He climbed a few trees in the courtyard to play for a while. Then, he found a tree and lay down on it to sleep. It was almost 5:00 when he finally saw the Zhao Pa come back. However, he walked into the courtyard alone. Jingtan looked behind the Zhao Pa and did not see the car. He looked at the Zhao Pa in confusion. Where was the car? Unfortunately, the Zhao Pa did not answer his questions. Jingtan decided to eavesdrop tonight. Usually, after the two kids went to bed, the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma would talk about something. After dinner, Jingtan accompanied the two kids to watch TV until 9:00. When the two kids went to bed, he jumped out of bed and prepared to eavesdrop. The lights in little Pomelo's room were off, but little Pomelo was still awake. When she heard Jingtan's movements, little Pomelo took out a small flashlight from under her pillow. "Black charcoal, where are you going?" Jingtan wagged his tail and looked at the door lock. Little Pomelo got up and opened the door for Jingtan in her slippers. She moved gently and tried not to make the door lock make a sound. She opened the door a small gap, just enough for Jingtan to go out. They had done this many times. Jingtan came to the bedroom door and squatted down. He tilted his head and pressed his ear against the bedroom door, while little Pomelo lay back down on the bed. 10 minutes later, Jingtan crawled back into bed. He was in a good mood. Zhao Pa had indeed bought a car. He was going to pick it up tomorrow. There were probably still some paperwork to be done. Other than the car, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma mainly talked about the National Day holiday. They had already received an invitation to Zhao Pa's younger sister's 10th birthday party. The couple would bring their child to the party and drive their new car. They would also bring Jingtan along. In their hometown, a child's 10th birthday party was a big event, and parents paid more attention to it. Since it happened to be a holiday, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma would definitely not refuse. It was a good opportunity to go back to their hometown. Other than the car, they talked about the trivial things between their relatives. Jingtan was not interested in listening. After he heard the news he wanted, he went back happily. However, because of this, Jingtan missed the key part of the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma's discussion. At least for Jingtan, it was quite important. Many people would leave their pets at the pet center if they were going on a long trip. The National Day holiday was only a few days, and it was not a big deal to leave their pets at the pet center. Everyone did that. However, Jingtan was a special case. Zhao Ma did not want to leave Jingtan alone in the pet center. She also did not trust Xiao Gua and the others to take care of it. What if it went missing? Therefore, it was better to take care of it herself. After all, her cat was very obedient. However, there was another issue that was troublesome. Zhao Pa's sister lived in the city of their hometown. It was a private room with 3 floors. It was quite spacious, and there would probably be more guests. Although the banquet was in a hotel, other than the banquet, some relatives and friends would also rest at home. There were many people, and there were many children. Naughty children who did not know anything and were very destructive were the nemesis of pets. Therefore, Jiao Ma was a little worried that there would be a conflict. Although her cat had not scratched people, what if some naughty child annoyed her cat and got scratched? Would there be a fight? It's okay. They have a pet dog and a cat. They get along well with the children. Besides, there are adults watching over them. Our cat is smart. There won't be any conflict, Jiao Pa said. I'm still worried. Let black charcoal follow little Pomelo. I'll just say hello to the people over there. The next day, Jiao Pa finally drove the car back before dinner. It was a silver gray, very ordinary family car. It was not as impressive as Yuan Ziyi's car, nor was it as impressive as Third Master Fang's car. However, Xing Tan and the two children were very happy. No matter how high-end the car was, it was still someone else's car. It was like a magnificent palace, but it was not your home. It did not feel like your home. As the boss, Yuan Ziyi definitely needed a good car to show his face. Third Master Fang was even more so. For Laps was already a low-key car among all the cars he owned. However, for the Jiao family, such an ordinary family car was enough. Xing Tan knew that although Jiao Pa had less money now, he did not have much to spend. The reason why he was in a hurry to buy a car was that it was more convenient to drive his own car when he went back to his hometown. Also, he wanted to let Jiao Ma familiarize herself with the car as soon as possible. When he went abroad, Jiao Ma would be able to use the car here. She would not need to ride an electric scooter to go anywhere. It was dangerous to take two children and a cat with her. If she drove, it would save her a lot of trouble. It was also more convenient on rainy days. If Xing Tan was asked to evaluate this car in the past, he probably would not like it. However, Xing Tan was very happy now. After jumping in through the window, he began to look left and right. He felt that the new car did not smell right. It was too strange. Suddenly, he remembered what Huang and the sheriff did when they marked the territory. It was impossible to mark it with urine. If that was the case, Xing Tan would not be able to get in the car in the future. In addition to the urine mark, there was also the smell of rubbing. Cats had scent-secreting glands near their whiskers and ears. By rubbing and rubbing, they spread their smell to the surrounding objects. Therefore, Xing Tan learned from Huang and rubbed on the car seat and other places. Then, he sniffed. It did not seem to work. He rubbed again, and rubbed again. People would feel more at ease in an environment with familiar smells. Even if there were always smelly socks or a bucket of unwashed clothes in the room, as long as he could tolerate it and get used to it, it would be fine. If he was suddenly put into a very clean room without any other smells, he would feel uncomfortable for a while. Not knowing the smell after smelling it for a long time, physiologically speaking, it was a type of olfactory adaptation. However, on the other hand, it also showed a philosophical problem of my territory, my smelly. Therefore, Xing Tan rubbed on the car very intensely and felt at ease. The Jiao Pa looked at his cat rubbing around in the car. He thought about it and decided to let him do as he pleased. Other than his family, no other family would let their pets rub around in a new car. The interior of the car was not decorated with anything else, so it was rather monotonous. When he bought the car, he received a pendant that was said to have been blessed. The Jiao Pa always felt that it was an eyesore, so he took it off. When he went back to his hometown, he would ask the old lady to get another one done. The Jiao Pa did not believe that other people would give similar things as gifts. However, after the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo came back, the car changed. The Jiao Ma also embroidered a peace pendant. Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan also put a few dolls in the car. It looked a little livelier. After rubbing around in the car, Xingtian felt that it was about time, so he rolled around in the car seat before getting out. Because of the car, Xingtian was especially looking forward to going on a trip on the 11th. No matter where he went, it would be a new experience. Because there would be a lot of people traveling on the first day of the holiday, the Jiao Pa decided to set off on the 30th of September. Because they had started preparing a few days in advance, they did not feel rushed when they set off. After the two kids finished school, the Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa came back. They had dinner and set off at 7 o'clock. Their destination this time was Xingyang, where their hometown was. From Chuhua City to Xingyang, it was about a 2-hour drive on the highway. The two elders had already been told that Grandpa Jiao had come from the village yesterday to clean the house in town. Although they had a house in town, the two elders of the Jiao family always liked to stay in the village. They were familiar with the place. From the east side of the village to the west side, they knew everyone there. When they played mahjong, they could be there any time. It was not too boring. Occasionally, they would stay in town for a while and hang out with some relatives who had moved to town. They arrived at their house after 9 o'clock. The two elders were already waiting at the door with the lights on. Grandpa Jiao was quite happy to greet his grandson, whom he had not seen for a long time. However, the first thing that came out was a black cat. "Why did you bring it here?" Chapter 106. Even though Grandpa Jiao was a little unhappy with the fact that the Jiao Pa had brought the cat with them, he didn't want to find fault with Xingtian since it was already late. He went back to tidy up the room with his wife. This house in town was also a private house. It wasn't an apartment building, so it was relatively free. Because of the location, it was much more spacious. No wonder Grandpa Jiao didn't want to go to Chuhua City. After tidying up 2 rooms, one for the Jiao Pa and Jiao Yuan, and the other for the Jiao Ma and Little Pomelo, Xingtian thought for a while and ignored the old sofa cushions and a simple cat bed that Grandpa Jiao had made out of paper boxes. He ran into the Jiao Ma and Little Pomelo's room. Because of Xingtian's presence, Grandpa Jiao covered the fish that he had just bought with something to prevent the cat from eating it. The next day, Grandma Jiao woke up early and went out to buy breakfast. Many of the local specialties couldn't be found in Chuhua City. Since it was rare for her son and grandson to come back, Grandma Jiao bought a lot of food. However, Xingtian didn't get any. During breakfast, Jiao Pa and the other 3 shared some for him. Grandpa Jiao stared at them. "This cat is like this because you guys spoiled it." Grandma Jiao didn't say anything, but it seemed like she supported her husband's words. Jiao Pa just smiled and didn't say anything. If he said anything at this time, Grandpa Jiao would only talk more. Xingtian ate 2 mouthfuls and looked up at Grandpa Jiao. He wagged his tail slowly. "Old man, just stare. There's nothing you can do about it." Grandpa Jiao picked 2 mouthfuls of rice noodles and put down his chopsticks. He clutched his chest and said, "My stomach hurts." Everyone was speechless. "So your stomach is where your heart is. Eat your food. Why are you angry with the cat?" Grandma Jiao glanced at him. Grandpa Jiao snorted and stopped talking. He picked up his chopsticks again. "By the way, Mingxing, go and see Yao Hong after breakfast." "She's in the hospital," the old lady said. "What's going on?" Jiao Pa asked in shock. Yao Hong was Jiao Pa's cousin. Jiao Pa remembered that she was quite healthy. Ever since his cousin's husband became successful in the business world, his cousin Yao Hong also became a rich madam. She usually took good care of herself. How did she end up in the hospital? The old lady sighed. "I heard that it was because of diet pills, but it's just a guess. The hospital hasn't come to a conclusion yet. We don't know what happened." They spoke in a dialect, and Jingtan had heard a little of it before. Although he didn't understand it completely, he could understand a part of it. Hearing the old lady's words, Jingtan sighed in his heart. TSK, eating diet pills can also get me into the hospital. Zhao Pa thought for a moment and nodded. I got it. But some diet pills aren't very effective. Jingtan looked up at the Zhao Pa. He felt that the Zhao Pa must have guessed the reason, but it wasn't appropriate to say it here, so he just answered the old lady's question briefly. The Zhao Pa's 10th birthday party was tomorrow. Today, the Zhao Pa decided to let the two children rest at home first. They went to the hospital to visit their cousin, and the old lady went out with them. Thus, only the two children, an old man, and a cat were left at home. The two children were watching TV. Grandpa Zhao wandered around and pulled a piece of green foxtail grass out of nowhere to disturb Jingtan, who was resting on the sofa. Jingtan didn't want to bother with the old man, but the old man was too enthusiastic. Jingtan grabbed the piece of green foxtail grass with his paw, tore it apart, and threw it aside. Then, he ran to the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo and lay down between them. He didn't believe that the old man would be so bored as to bother his grandson. Grandpa Zhao looked at the two children and then at the cat in the middle. He snorted and said a few words to the Jiao Yuan. Then, he dragged a chair over and sat there to watch cartoons with the two children. He was quite happy. In the afternoon, after the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma came back, they were talking in the room. Jingtan pricked up his ears and eavesdropped. It's probably because of the weight loss medicine. I've asked around and confirmed that Sister Hong bought the famous weight loss medicine that's currently very popular. As for that medicine, I've heard from the medical school that the main ingredient in it is sibutramine hydrochloride. There has always been a controversy abroad. Moreover, 2 years ago, the European side launched a Scout sibutramine cardiovascular endpoint trial project. The project is still ongoing, but I've heard that there are deaths and cardiovascular events. The official conclusion doesn't seem to be out yet, so we'll have to wait for a few years. However, I think that warnings will start to come out next year. As for the situation in China, I'm not sure. Hong Jia still refuses to admit it. Jiao Ma sighed. Before this, Hong Jia's usual symptoms were similar to the side effects of the pills. She wants to save face and refuses to admit it. However, she should have listened to what I said to her today. She should be more careful in the coming days. Hey, tell me more about the famous diet pills. How is the research going abroad? Jiao Ma was quite interested in this. Women always want to maintain a good figure. However, as they get older, they tend to put on weight easily, especially Zhao Pa's cousin. After she became successful, she had to attend more social events. It was easy for her to put on weight. In order not to lose face, she took the diet pills hard. Jingtan listened to the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma's conversation. Jingtan remembered that the diet pills they were talking about were really popular for a long time. Many celebrities were endorsing the pills. However, after a few years, he didn't hear about it anymore. He didn't know what happened. Now, it seems that the pills were banned just like what Zhao Pa had predicted. Jingtan listened for a while with the mentality of listening to a story and gossip. He was quite interested in this. However, Jingtan's good mood was hit to the bottom at night. After listening to Zhao Ma's story again, Jingtan was sure that disaster was coming for him. Naughty kids. He would have to face a bunch of naughty kids tomorrow. What if he suddenly didn't want to go? However, the family members were all out. Zhao Ma was probably worried about leaving Jingtan alone in the house. She had prepared the bag and was just waiting for Jingtan tomorrow. At night, she even let Jingtan take a good bath, brush his fur, and blow dry his fur. After he was clean, she put the cat tag on him. However, when he thought about what he had to face, Jingtan couldn't feel happy. What the F***ck? On October 2nd, the old man and the old lady wore new clothes. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were dressed up by Zhao Ma. Besides celebrating the birthday of the birthday girl, everyone had to talk about their children. This was the rule of society. When they were young, they would compare their grades. When they grew up, they would compare their family background. When they got married, they would compare their children. After that, it was a new cycle. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were still young and didn't understand. However, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were already mentally prepared. Therefore, they bought new clothes for the two children in advance and dressed them up appropriately. They even prepared some speeches for the social events. As for Jingtan, he was squatting inside the bag that Mama Zhao was carrying. His ears were pulled back into the shape of an airplane, and his face was filled with displeasure. At this time, the space in the car was much smaller. Zhao Ma sat in the front passenger seat. The old couple and Zhao Yuan sat in the back seat. Little Pomelo was in the old lady's arms. Jingtan seemed a little nervous when he saw little Pomelo's expression. Well, they were not familiar with each other. If they were from the Gu family, they would know a few people. However, now they were all from the Zhao family. However, this also saved them a lot of trouble. Many people from the Gu family knew that little Pomelo was thrown back to China by her mother. After that, she was alone abroad and didn't care about the children. Because of this, those aunties would nag for a long time. Therefore, it was good that they didn't meet the Gu family. More than 20 minutes later, the Zhao Pa's car stopped in front of a 3-story residential house. There were already several cars parked there. There were many people around. Zhao Ma got out of the car first with the two children. The Zhao Pa parked the car in a hotel not far away. Anyway, the birthday party would be held there. The parking lot there was big and it was not as crowded as here. Moreover, when there were more children, accidents like car accidents often happened. Therefore, in order to avoid damage, the new car, the Zhao Pa drove it away. Zhao Ma carried her bag in one hand and held little Pomelo's hand in the other. As for Zhao Yuan, he knew many people around. Even if they hadn't seen each other for more than a year, they would be familiar with each other after playing with each other for a while. They were all teenagers. The Zhao Ma couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. Anyway, the Zhao Yuan didn't like to play with those children in kindergarten. Little Pomelo was a little reserved. She pursed her lips and didn't talk much. When the Zhao Ma greeted others, she would occasionally ask her to greet others. The traditional greeting was too complicated. Little Pomelo probably couldn't understand it. Little Pomelo also didn't understand a lot of the dialects here. She had been exposed to Mandarin and English since she was young. However, with the Zhao Ma by her side, she didn't have to worry too much. Hey, why did you bring the cat here? An auntie looked at Jingtan in the Zhao Ma's bag and laughed. This is our family's treasure. We don't feel safe leaving it in Chuhua City, so we brought it here. It is very obedient and won't run around. The Zhao Ma said to the person. There was a 7 or 8-year-old child standing next to the auntie. He looked at the cat's head in the bag and bit his finger. Then, he slowly moved over and reached out his hand to pull Jingtan's beard. Jingtan retracted his head back into the bag. After going upstairs, the Zhao Ma came to a room. There were some children in the room. Most of them were girls. The boys were running around outside and couldn't stay idle. After the Zhao Ma introduced the children, she asked little Pomelo to stay here and watch some DVDs with the children. The Zhao Ma still had to greet some people. There was a girl in her teens. She was probably in junior high school. She was responsible for taking care of the children. She smiled and gave little Pomelo a cushion for her to sit on. She also handed her a glass of juice. The floor of the room was covered with foam mats. The others took the mats and sat directly on the floor. Next to them, there was a little kid crawling on the foam mats. He probably didn't know how to walk yet, but he crawled with strength. Moreover, he was drooling as he crawled. Jingtan came out of the bag and sat next to little Pomelo. At first, a few children came over to disturb Jingtan, but gradually, everyone went to watch the DVDs. Jingtan was closing his eyes and taking a nap when he suddenly felt a smell of milk approaching. He opened his eyes and saw the little kid sitting and staring at him. He even called out, Weiss. His words were very vague, so Jingtan couldn't make out what he was saying. Aw, my ass. Jingtan pulled his ear. Caw caw caw. The little kid laughed a few times and began to speak vaguely again. He was laughing and drooling as he crawled over. Seeing the little kid crawling over, Jingtan felt a headache. He got up and walked away. The little kid was addicted to following him. He was crawling with vigor. Chapter 107. There was a window next to the cabinet. Jingtan looked out from the window and saw Jiao Yuan and a few other kids around his age playing and running around. Looking at the room, the contrast was stark. It had to be said that girls were quieter than boys. At least the girls in this room were quite quiet. As for the only boy, who was not even a year old, Jingtan directly ignored him and let him drool and mumble to himself. But not long after, an old lady came in and took the little boy away. She was probably his grandmother. Without the noise of the little boy, Jingtan did not jump down from the cabinet. He just squatted on the cabinet and hoped that time would pass faster. Little Pomelo was no longer worried when she saw Jingtan squatting on top of the cupboard. She started to watch the rented cartoon with the other girls. Those were the kind that girls liked to watch. Jingtan could not focus on it and could only squat on the cabinet and take a nap. According to the customs of this place, there were 2 banquets for the 10th birthday, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. Actually, it was the 10th birthday banquet. According to the time of birth, it was only 9 years old. But this was the custom. Jingtan was too lazy to bother about it. Now he was thinking, little Pomelo seemed to be almost 9 years old. When the time came, would there be a 10th birthday banquet in Chuhua City? But little Pomelo's irresponsible mother was always abroad. And, when the time came, he would go to 3rd Master Fang's Shaoguang Hotel to celebrate little Pomelo's birthday. Finally, at noon, the Jiao Ma came to take little Pomelo away. Jingtan jumped back into the bag and was carried away by the Jiao Ma. The hotel was not far away. The group walked directly there. This time, Jingtan didn't enter the hotel. He stayed in the Jiao Pa's car. Little Pomelo wanted to take Jingtan to the hotel, but when the Jiao Pa asked Jingtan to choose, Jingtan jumped into the car. He looked around and saw that there were a lot of children going in with the Jiao Yuan. He did not want to squeeze in there. At that time, there would be a lot of people at the table, and there would be a lot of naughty children around. They would be surrounded by people they did not know. It was better to wait until the Jiao Pa and the others had eaten before bringing food over. Although it was a little boring to stay in the car, it was still better than going over there to face the brats and all kinds of strangers. It was too noisy there. When he woke up, the Jiao Pa had already brought a bowl over. After delivering the food, the Jiao Pa immediately turned back. There were still people who wanted to talk to him. Jingtan was not used to the hotel's food. Fortunately, it was still warm, as if it had just been reheated. He forced himself to eat to fill his stomach. When he heard that the children would be going to the amusement park later, Jingtan decided to stay in the car. Anyway, with the current amusement facilities and the condition of this small place, there was probably nothing fun to do. He was an adult and had no interest in playing with the children. After eating, Jingtan stayed in the back seat for a while. He felt a little bored and wanted to stretch his body. He put his paws on the car window and stretched. When he stretched halfway and looked out the window, he saw a large group of naughty children coming out of the hotel entrance. They were walking towards him. There were boys and girls, ranging from 3-year-olds to children about the same age as the Zhao Yuan. A group of people were walking towards him. A few of the children were holding balloons in their hands. They used the balloons to hit their parents who were hugging them. The parents were happy and smiled as they put their faces forward for the balloons to hit. Jing Tan felt a pain in his bones. When he saw these naughty children, he felt that his cat life was bleak. Because there were too many children going to the amusement park, everyone split up. Those who had cars each took a few children. In the end, the extra children were all chartered to go to the amusement park. As a result, there were 2 children in the Zhao Pa's car that he did not know. One of them sat in the front passenger seat. Zhao Ma sat in the back with little Pomelo in her arms. There was also Zhao Yuan and another boy around 10 years old that Jing Tan did not know. The child was also holding a balloon in his hand. When he saw Jing Tan, he hit Jing Tan with the balloon. No matter how Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo protested, and no matter what Zhao Ma said, he did not know his place. Jing Tan could not stand it anymore. He raised his paw and broke the balloon. In the end, it was the Zhao Pa who spoke that the child calmed down for a while. However, it was only for a while. When he sat there, his eyes were still looking at Jing Tan. Look at the F***CK. Jing Tan was very unhappy. The amusement park in this city was about a 20-minute drive from here. Every 5 minutes, the Zhao Pa had to reprimand the child. Otherwise, the child would spin around like a spinning top. He even reached out to poke Jing Tan and tried to pull Jing Tan's tail. When he failed, he tried to pull his ears and beard. However, he was slapped away by Jing Tan. Zhang Xian could not avoid it either. The car was so small. The naughty child was poking at him even though there was a person between them. Jing Tan could not run in front and interfere with the Zhao Pa's driving. Besides, there was another child in front. Who knew if the one in front would be more difficult to deal with? The Zhao Yuan wanted to beat the child, but he was stopped by the Zhao Ma. If he really beat the child until he cried, they would quarrel again. However, the child was really disobedient. Therefore, the Zhao Pa had to warn him every few minutes. Other than the Zhao Pa, the child did not listen to anyone. He probably knew that no one else would dare to do anything to him. Jing Tan suddenly missed Chuhua City. He really wished that time would pass faster. Finally, when they arrived at the amusement park, the naughty child's attention was diverted. He opened the car door and rushed out. Black Charcoal, do you want to come with us? The Zhao Pa asked after parking the car in the parking lot. Jing Tan lay on the back seat and did not move. He lowered his ears and ignored Zhang Xian. Okay, you stay here. There is a cat litter box here. If you need to pee, you can use it. The Zhao Pa dragged out a simple cat litter box the size of a shoe box and put it on the ground. Then, he left. There was water and some snacks in the car. Now, there was even a toilet. The Zhao Pa was not afraid that something would happen to Jing Tan. The car window was closed, but not tightly. There was a small gap. There was no need to worry that someone would break into the car. After all, Jing Tan was guarding the car. Jing Tan looked out of the car window. The facilities in the amusement park were as Jing Tan imagined. They were simple and monotonous. There was no need to think about roller coasters. However, there were similar rides that were enough to entertain the child. Jing Tan was bored lying on the car seat. He could not sleep. He had not gone out for 2 days. This place was too strange. Jing Tan was not familiar with the surroundings. Even if he wanted to go out for a walk, the Zhao Pa would not allow him to. Therefore, he simply did simple exercises like eating, sleeping, and sleeping. Unable to sleep, Jingtan stood up and looked at the scenery outside the car window. There were no tall buildings around the amusement park. This small city was not developed. Compared to Chuhua City, it was far behind, not to mention Nanjing City, which was further south. This was the so-called urban area. The Jiao Pa's hometown was still in the countryside. According to the Jiao Pa's plan, he was going there to take a look in November. However, he did not know the exact date. However, for Jingtan, it was fine as long as he did not have to face those naughty children. While thinking, Jingtan saw a woman in her 40s pass by the car window with a child in her arms. Her footsteps were hurried. Jingtan noticed her not because of the person, but because of the child in her arms. Although the child was covered with a coat, because of the close distance, the woman looked back when she passed by, and the coat slipped down, allowing Jingtan to see the child's face. Wasn't this the little kid who followed him in the morning? Jingtan still remembered the clothes with the little bear pattern. However, the little kid seemed to be in a deep sleep with his eyes closed. After the woman looked back, she pulled the coat that slipped down and covered the child again. Then, she carried the child and walked forward. Not far ahead, there was a motorbike. A man wearing sunglasses rode on it and said something to the woman. Then, he raised his hand and lifted the coat that covered the little kid to take a look. Jingtan felt that this person was checking if the little kid had a little dick. Then, the man in sunglasses left with the woman. Jingtan did not know who the child was, nor did he know who the Jiao Pa's relatives were. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to it. Besides, even if he was a little suspicious, he could not go out now. However, in less than 5 minutes, people ran out of the amusement park. The few adults who were with the Jiao Pa earlier looked anxious and asked the people around them. Jingtan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, there were indeed many suspicious points. Jingtan had never encountered such a thing. In the past, he had only heard of people using food or toys to trick children. However, the little kid was not even 1 year old and could not even walk. How could the child be stolen just like that? Weren't there many people around watching? The child's grandmother was also with them. How could the child be stolen? 10 minutes later, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma came out. They were in a bad mood. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were tactful and did not say anything. Now, each family had brought their own children. This time, there were 2 children who came to take the bus. However, these 2 children were much more obedient and quiet. One of them even seemed to have cried. The atmosphere in the car was completely different from when they came. The silence in the car was depressing. The Jiao Yuan opened his mouth a few times, but in the end, he did not ask anything. The Jiao Pa sent the child back to his sister's house. Then, he brought the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo back to the house in town. The old man and old lady did not come back. After sending the Jiao Ma and the 2 children back, the Jiao Pa made a few calls and hurried out. Before the Jiao Pa left, Jingtan overheard the conversation between the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma in the room. Usually, human traffickers would cheat in A, hide in B, and sell in C. If they did not find the child as soon as possible, the traffickers would probably kidnap the child elsewhere. That would make it even harder to find the child. Therefore, the Jiao Pa and the others were seizing the time to look for the child. The child was the second child of the Jiao Pa's cousin. Their first child was a girl. It was not easy for them to have a son, and they usually treasured him. But this time, the child's father was busy with business and his mother was hospitalized. They did not have time to take care of the child. There was a nanny at home, but when they went out, the child's grandmother would take care of the child. Originally, the old woman just wanted to take the child out to play. She did not expect that something like this would happen. Now, everyone was going crazy. Those who had connections were looking for connections, and those who had channels were looking for channels. The Jiao Pa did not have much time. In this small city that had not yet developed, there were not many places with surveillance cameras. It was not easy to find the child. Zheng Tan remembered his experience of being kidnapped by a cat trafficker. He felt that the child was quite pitiful. The child did not know anything and was not like Zheng Tan who could save himself. Moreover, he was probably drugged. Just like those pet cats, no matter how expensive they were only worth a few dozen yuan if they were made into dishes. Zheng Tan had heard that kidnapped children were sold cheaply for a few thousand yuan. They were treated like treasures at home. In the hands of the traffickers, they were only worth that much. Chapter 108. That night, the Jiao Pa came back very late, and the two old people were also brought back by the Jiao Pa. Compared to their energetic state in the morning, the two old people were not in good spirits. If not for the fact that they were usually healthy, Zheng Tan suspected that they would have collapsed. After all, no family would have a good time if something like this happened. Also, based on the two old people's experience, they probably knew what would happen to the child if he fell into the hands of the human traffickers. That night, many people were destined to lose sleep. Not only did they lose sleep, but the adults were also discussing the matter. At 2:00 in the morning, there were still calls to the Jiao Pa to ask about the situation. Zheng Tan did not sleep. He listened to their conversation outside the room, as well as the conversation between the two old people. In the past, Zheng Tan did not know much about this. All he had experienced was cat trafficking. But after all, humans were different from cats. Since the child disappeared, the child's father had put down his work and contacted some people to publish a reward notice, which was widely posted in the surrounding provinces and cities. The child's mother had originally been prepared to be discharged, but she was agitated and stayed in the hospital. Child trafficking had been going on for a long time, and such incidents were increasing in the country every year. Some criminal gangs had also begun to organize, and the division of labor was clear. It was difficult to rely on the police in one place to investigate. Moreover, the information they had was limited. A group of people wanted to do it, but they were powerless. However, even if there were not many clues, they still had to look. They had contacted all the people they needed to contact. One more channel, one more hope. At 4:00 in the morning, there was another call. The Jiao Pa was afraid that it would be inconvenient if his phone ran out of battery, so he had left his phone and landline number with some people. In the quiet night, the landline phone rang, and people who had just calmed down continued to feel anxious. Many people said that no news was good news. At least it meant that the child was fine. This saying was somewhat self-deceiving. Just like in the current situation, people still hoped for some news. Hearing the phone ring, both the elderly and the children pricked up their ears. The Jiao Pa picked up the phone and said a few words. His face was pale. "What's wrong?" The old man put on his coat and walked over. His steps were a little hurried, and he almost tripped over the low stool on the ground. "Nothing, I'm going out for a bit." The Jiao Pa hung up the phone and answered. "Bullshit." Grandpa Jiao ignored the low stool he kicked and walked over. He pointed at the Jiao Pa and said, "I may be old, but I'm not stupid. I don't have Alzheimer's. Don't try to fool me." Grandpa Xing's voice was a little loud. He was too agitated and couldn't control his emotions well. Jiao Ma and Grandma Xing also came over. The Jiao Pa gestured to the Jiao Ma to take care of the children. The Jiao Ma hesitated, sighed, and turned to leave. "Old woman, you should rest too," Grandpa Jiao said to his grandmother. Grandpa Xing always felt that when something happened and there was pressure, the man had to bear it. Even if what was about to happen was cruel, he had to face it. He couldn't let the woman bear it. Grandma Xing also knew Grandpa Jiao's temper. Even if something really happened, they wouldn't say it now. With reddened eyes, the old lady wiped the corners of her eyes and shuffled her feet towards the bedroom. Jingtan stood at the door. Since no one was talking about him, he could eavesdrop. Tell me, why did they call? Grandpa Jiao sat down on the edge of the bed. He was no longer as imposing as before. They found an abandoned baby on the bridge. They asked me to go take a look. Jiao Pa said. Grandpa Jiao's hand trembled. Even though he didn't say the whole thing, he understood what he was implying. Since the people on the bridge asked the Jiao Pa to go take a look, it couldn't be a baby girl. In this place, boys were still very precious. Abandoned babies were rare. Since it was abandoned on the bridge at such a time, the chances of the boy being alive was probably not high. Now. Grandpa Jiao's voice trembled. Although he was not his biological grandson, the relationship between relatives was not bad. During the holidays, Yao Hong and her husband would often send gifts to the old master. That little brat was also very popular with the old master. Now that something like this had happened, how could the old master not feel distressed? I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to take a look. I didn't tell Hong Jia and the others about this. Okay, I'll go with you. Grandpa Xing didn't wait for Jiao Pa's objection and said, my old face is still useful. After all, he was born and raised in this place. He knew some of the older generation. Sometimes, Grandpa Jiao's presence was more useful than Jiao Pa's words. Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao went out at around 4 o'clock. The rest of the family didn't feel sleepy. When Jiao Ma came back with breakfast, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were sitting at the dining table, yawning non-stop. Obviously, they didn't sleep well the whole night. Zheng Tan's mood was also affected. He didn't have a good appetite and didn't finish his breakfast, which was rare. Jiao Ma didn't say anything. She just sighed. Grandma Xing wanted to go out for a walk after breakfast. She said it was too stuffy in the house. Mama Jiao was worried. She was afraid that the old lady's bad mood would affect her health. As she got older, she had a lot of diseases such as high blood pressure and heart disease. She had to pay more attention to them. Now, the old lady's condition was obviously much worse. If she accidentally fell outside, it would be a big problem. However, Jiao Ma had to take care of the two children at home. She couldn't leave. After thinking for a while, Jiao Ma's eyes finally landed on Jing Tan, who was wandering around the gate. Black Charcoal, do you want to go out? Jiao Ma asked. Jing Tan wagged his tail and jumped up to open the door. He walked to the door and turned to look at Jiao Ma. His intention was clear. Oh, you really know how to open the door. Grandma Xing's attention was diverted. Yeah, I always open the door at home. I don't know how to do it, Jiao Ma said. Grandma Xing thought that Zhang Ziyan opened the door by pulling the lock from the inside. She didn't think that Zhang Ziyan could open the door with a key. Besides, there weren't many cats that knew how to open the door. However, there was a cat that knew how to open the door. Therefore, Grandma Xing didn't think that there was anything strange about Jing Tan. Mom, let Black Charcoal go out with you. Let him relax. When he was in Chuhua, he often went to the school. This time, he must be bored out of his mind, Jiao Ma said. Grandma Xing nodded at Jiao Ma's words. He won't run around, right? Do you want me to keep him on a leash? No, Black Charcoal is very obedient, Jiao Ma quickly said. She didn't have the heart to put a leash on her cat. Jing Tan listened to Jiao Ma and Grandma Xing. He pretended to be very obedient. He really did want to go out and get some fresh air. The atmosphere tonight was too heavy. It was a bit depressing and uncomfortable. It was better to go out for a walk. Seeing Grandma Xing go out, Jing Tan followed her. He walked beside Grandma Xing. He didn't run far, and he maintained the same speed as Grandma Xing. Zhao Ma stood at the door and watched for a while. When Grandma Xing and Jingtan were far away, she went back into the house and closed the door. Jingtan walked with Grandma Xing while paying attention to the scenery around him. He had been here for 2 days, but he hadn't properly observed the terrain here. They were surrounded by private residential areas. After walking for more than 100 meters, they came out of the alley. Outside was the street. It was more lively there. Although this area wasn't the center of the city, there were signs that a new district was going to be built. The old factories had been knocked down and were preparing to build commercial buildings. Some areas had been fenced off. When Grandma Xing walked out of the alley, she suddenly remembered that a cat was following her. She looked to the side and saw that her son's black cat was following her closely. It didn't go anywhere else. It was indifferent when some dogs barked at it. Grandma Xing was satisfied. No wonder her son spoiled the cat so much. It was really obedient. Grandma Xing planned to walk along the street for a while after leaving the alley. Jingtan didn't care. He wouldn't get lost if he followed Grandma Xing. As they walked, they passed by a small store. Grandma Xing went to buy some fruit candies. She wanted to bring them back for Zhao Yuan and the others. "Are you taking your cat out for a walk?" The shop owner looked curiously at the black cat standing by the old lady's feet. Grandma Xing forced a smile. "Yes, it's my son's cat. He's accompanying me for a walk." The small store owner didn't say much. He weighed the candies and gave Grandma Xing the change. Grandma Xing took the fruit candies and walked back with Jingtan. Jingtan was about to follow when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. A small 3-wheeled motorcycle slowly drove down the street and stopped by the side of the road. The driver got out and walked to the small store to buy cigarettes. Passenger tricycles like this could be seen in many places in the city. They were much cheaper than taxis. Many people would choose to ride them to save money. Jingtan looked at the driver. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, and his clothes were different. However, Jingtan felt that this person was very similar to the motorcyclist from yesterday. "Black charcoal, let's go back." Grandma Xing saw that the cat stopped and didn't follow, so she called out to it. Jingtan looked back at Grandma Xing and continued to stare at the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver who was walking back after buying cigarettes. His gaze landed on the driver's gloves. They were black leather gloves, similar to the motorcyclist from yesterday. When the motorcyclist got on the 3-wheeled motorcycle and shrugged, Jingtan was even more certain. The motorcyclist from yesterday also shrugged before he started driving. It was probably a personal habit. Anyway, Jingtan didn't see Celestine shrugging when he was riding a motorcycle. Grandma Xing saw that Jingtan didn't pay attention to her. She called out again, but the cat ran away directly. "Black charcoal. Come back quickly." Grandma Xing was anxious. She knew that her son's family treasured this cat. If they lost it, the 2 children would definitely cry when they got back. Didn't they say that cats don't run around? What was going on now? Unfortunately, Grandma Xing's legs weren't strong enough. After running for 2 steps, she stopped to catch her breath. She was still carrying a bag of things in her hand. The shop owner sat in the shop and watched the black cat run away without caring about Grandma Xing's calls. He shook his head and whispered, "It's better to bring the dog out for a walk. The cat won't follow you obediently." Jingtan kept running forward. The 3-wheeled motorcycle had already started moving. However, due to the construction in front, there were some small stones on the road. The 3-wheeled motorcycle didn't go very fast. When the motorcycle turned a corner, Jingtan jumped in through the open window. The driver only felt the motorcycle shake a little. He looked in the rearview mirror and didn't find anything unusual. He attributed the cause to the stones on the road. He cursed F*ck the road, and continued to drive the three-wheeled motorcycle away. Because there were many construction sites there, the surrounding area was surrounded. It also obstructed some people's view. Plus, the three-wheeled motorcycle just happened to turn a corner, so no one saw Jing Tan jump into the three-wheeled motorcycle. Jing Tan was afraid that other passengers would come on the motorcycle. If that happened, even if he hid under the seat, the passengers would be able to see him as long as they looked down. Fortunately, the driver didn't seem to have any intention of picking up passengers. He just kept driving. Jing Tan looked out from the gap in the curtain. The road behind was a little off. The surroundings seemed to have been planned. There were many old buildings with the word demolished painted on them, but no construction had started. After driving for a while, Jing Tan suddenly thought, what if I got the wrong person? Chapter 109. When the old lady returned home, the Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao were already home. Both of them were not in good spirits. After confirming that the baby boy at the bridge was not a little kid, the father and son went to look for a few more people. Then, they went to the hospital to comfort Yao Hong. They had just returned home. With empty stomachs, the father and son had not eaten breakfast. The Jiao Ma was busy in the kitchen. The old lady originally wanted to talk about Jing Tan, but when she saw the Grandpa Jiao, she asked about the child first. When she found out, she could only sigh. She really did not know what to say at this time. Little Pomelo ran out the moment the old lady entered the house. Then, she kept staring at the door, but did not see the cat. But the adults were talking, and she could not interrupt. The Jiao Yuan took the remote control and changed a few channels. He was not in the mood to watch TV, so he lay on the sofa and prepared to sleep. When the Jiao Yuan was about to fall asleep, little Pomelo poked him. "Brother, black charcoal is not back." Jiao Yuan shuddered and all his sleepiness was gone. He looked around and really didn't see his black cat. "Grandma, where is black charcoal?" the Jiao Yuan asked. The old lady slapped her thigh. She had almost forgotten about the child when they talked about it. She quickly told them what happened outside. Black charcoal ran away. The Jiao Yuan jumped off the sofa in disbelief. Black charcoal would not run away. Little Pomelo said. The Jiao Pa stopped the two children as they were about to go out. He asked the old lady, "Who do you think black charcoal was looking at?" The old lady thought for a while with a guilty expression. "Someone who went to the convenience store to buy something." The Jiao Pa asked a few more questions. The old lady thought for a while and answered them one by one. The Jiao Pa went back to his room and called someone. When he came out, he asked the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to stay at home. What happened? Grandpa Jiao stopped the Jiao Pa. The old man was very curious. If the Jiao Pa did not finish the story, he would feel uncomfortable. I've asked around. After the middle-aged woman who carried Mao Mao away left the amusement park, she walked past the parking lot. My car was parked there, so she should have passed by my car. According to the surrounding witnesses, the place where the motorbike picked up the person was also nearby. At that time, black charcoal was in the car. It must have seen something. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run around. The person who went to the convenience store to buy things is very suspicious. I'll go to the convenience store and ask about the situation first. The Mao Mao that the Jiao Pa mentioned was the child's nickname. Being able to get some useful information, the Jiao Pa was reinvigorated. He picked up his phone and went out. No matter how the Jiao Pa and the police investigation went, Jing Tan, who was in the little three-wheeled motorcycle, felt that he had been too impulsive. He had not been fully sure yet, but he had already jumped in. There was no turning back now. He did not know where the car would go. When the car reached the suburbs, there were some houses. However, these houses did not look shabby. They were all 2 or 3 stories high. The little 3-wheeled motorcycle drove along a dirt road and stopped in front of a house. After the 3-wheeled motorcycle stopped, the driver did not look at the seats inside. He took out his keys and opened the door. Jing Tan looked around through the gap in the curtains. When he saw that there was no one around, he lifted the curtains and jumped out. He hid behind a tree. There were a lot of weeds around here. It was very suitable for hiding. Jing Tan looked at the 2-story building with white tiles in front of him. It was similar to the houses around it. There was nothing special about it. However, the windows and doors were tightly shut. The windows on the 2nd floor were one-way glass. It was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Jing Tan hid in the grass behind the tree for a while. In the end, he found a tree and jumped up. He lay on a branch and looked at the building through the gaps in the leaves. The surroundings were very quiet. There were not many residents in the area. Occasionally, he saw a few people loitering outside. While Jing Tan was observing the small building, she learned from the conversations of the passers-by that this area was going to undergo urban development. Those who had land had received quite a sum of compensation and were preparing to move away. Some spent their days looking for a place to live, while others decided to move to other places. This was why there were not many people around. Just as Jing Tan was about to fall asleep, the window on the 2nd floor of the building was pulled open. A middle-aged woman was splashing water outside. It was that person. Jing Tan was shocked. He felt that this trip was worth it. After the middle-aged woman finished splashing water, she closed the window again. Jing Tan walked around the 2-story building. It was really difficult to find a way in. This building did not have a backyard. He could not climb over the wall. The windows on the 1st floor were also tightly shut. The only 2 windows that were open were installed with anti-theft nets. Jing Tan could not squeeze in at all. Thus, he could only enter from the 2nd floor. It would be better if he had a phone. He could directly send an anonymous message to the Jiao Pa. Unfortunately, he could not find a phone nearby. If he called Jing Tan, he could not speak. He could not tell others the address. It was better to do it himself. At least, he had to make sure that the little brat was still here. When Jing Tan walked around the 2-story building, he did not hear the cries of the child. He could not even hear people talking. He originally wanted to wait until nighttime. However, Jing Tan heard from the Jiao Pa and the others that the longer he waited, the more dangerous it would be. It was better to act early. He visually estimated the height of the 2nd floor. The front of the building was covered with white tiles. The sides and the back of the building were not covered with tiles. The walls were rough and uneven. If he really wanted to climb, he could do it. The windows on the side of the 2nd floor were tightly shut. There was an open window at the back. It was just an ordinary window. When there was no one around, Jing Tan tested the wall. After making sure that his claws could use the rough surface of the wall to climb up, he began to move. Jing Tan felt that he was now like Spider-Man, walking along the wall. However, if the wall was smooth, it would be more difficult. When he came to the open window at the back, Jing Tan listened to the movements inside. After making sure that there was no one around the window, he climbed in through the small window. It looked like a utility room. There were a few cardboard boxes. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a while. There was a layer of dust on the cardboard boxes. The door was closed, but the good thing was that the door lock seemed to be broken. It was only closed, and Jing Tan could open it slightly with her claws. Carefully squeezing out through the crack in the door, Jing Tan listened. He did not hear anyone around. He went to the room in front. It was not big. There was only one bed. There were a few pieces of clothes that belonged to a middle-aged woman on the bed. There were no baby products. Strange. Where was she? The three-wheeled motorcycle driver had come in. The middle-aged woman must be here too. However, why was there no movement? After looking around, there was a room on the second floor that was tightly shut. Jingtan put his ear to the door and vaguely heard a sound. There was soundproofing inside. Feeling the vibration approaching, Jingtan quickly rushed under the bed in the room in front. The next moment, the tightly shut door opened. Jingtan heard a conversation inside. There was a woman's voice and two men's voices. The woman was definitely the middle-aged woman. One of the men was the three-wheeled motorcycle driver, and the other sounded slightly older. Jingtan listened to them talk about big goods, little goods, and so on. They also talked about treating illnesses. The middle-aged woman was complaining about something, and the three of them were arguing. After listening for a long time, Jingtan realized that the so-called big goods were actually boys and little goods were girls. This should be a jargon. However, when he heard people being compared to goods, Jingtan felt very uncomfortable. Was human life so cheap? They originally had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. However, one of the boys was sick when they were shipped here. They did not want to treat the boy's illness. Other than the problem of money, they did not want to be too troublesome and expose themselves. Therefore, they just threw the boy on the bridge. Jingtan guessed that it was probably the baby that Zhao Pa and Grandpa Zhao rushed over to see at 4:00 in the morning. There was also a girl who seemed to have been fed an overdose of sleeping pills. She was a little slow and probably stupid. Jingtan thought of those people who use tranquilizer guns to shoot dogs. They did not care about the dose that different dogs could withstand. They just shot them directly and many dogs would die immediately. As for humans, there was also a great risk, especially for children. The slightest carelessness was related to life. Even if the child was lucky, the child's brain development and intelligence would be seriously damaged. Not to mention such a small baby. The 3 of them were arguing about these 2 things. The man with the old voice said that he had already contacted someone to pick up the goods. However, there were 2 problems in a row. It was the other 2 people's carelessness. It was their fault and they lost 40,000 yuan. Jingtan did not know how they contacted the buyer. The price for a boy was 30,000 yuan, and the price for a girl was 10,000 yuan. The person said that this was a rare high price, but it was ruined. Now, there was only a boy left. Otherwise, they could have earned another 40,000 yuan. $40,000 for 2 lives, and they were children who couldn't even speak. Jingtan felt that these people were King inhumane. However, at the same time, Jingtan was also glad. The remaining boy was probably the Mao little brat that the Zhao Pa and the others were anxiously looking for. The old man's very good-looking baby boy that was just brought over yesterday could indeed match Mao. Since he had found the place and the person, how could he contact the Zhao Pa and the others? Jingtan was troubled. The door of the room was tightly shut. The middle-aged woman and the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver came out. The old man was still inside. He did not know what he was doing. Perhaps he was contacting the buyer or negotiating the price. The 3-wheeled motorcycle driver smoked a cigarette and went downstairs. The middle-aged woman came into the room, opened the drawer, and took out a box. Jingtan heard the sound and guessed that it was jewelry. After a while, when the middle-aged woman left and went downstairs, Jingtan listened to the movements around him. He came out from under the bed and looked at the layout of the room again. It would be difficult for him to deal with 3 people alone. Moreover, these 3 people were obviously not good people. He could not be impulsive. After rummaging through the drawer and the small bag hanging at the side, Jingtan found a box of medicine. Jingtan shook his beard and narrowed his eyes. Diet medicine. Looking at the teapot on the side, Jingtan took out the medicine. Chapter 110. Jingtan had to thank Little Wimp's mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the effects of this medicine. When the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were talking, Jingtan heard them clearly. Moreover, they were talking about this brand of weight loss medicine. The medicine was a capsule. Jingtan casually found a piece of paper and hid under the bed to open the medicine. It was impossible to throw the whole capsule into the teapot, so Jingtan had to get the powder out of the capsule. Cat claws weren't easy to do, but after all, he had used them many times, so they were much more flexible. It was just opening the capsule, so it wasn't too troublesome. After getting the white powder out of the capsule, Jingtan poured the powder into the teapot and put some into the teacups on the table. He didn't know what tea leaves were in the teacups, and Jingtan didn't know what they were. He hoped that it wouldn't affect the medicine's effects. After doing all this, Jingtan heard some movement from the stairs, so he quickly hid under the bed. He didn't know if the side effects that the Jiao Pa mentioned would happen, but Jingtan could only try. The person who came in was still the same auntie. Jingtan was puzzled. This auntie was a woman in her 40s. From what he remembered, she wasn't very fat, yet she was still taking weight loss medicine. Moreover, when Jingtan was rummaging through the drawers, he saw a jewelry box with many gold necklaces and gold earrings. No one would criticize you for being vain, but these gold and silver jewelry were all bought with the money from selling the children, right? It was said that women were emotional creatures, so no matter what, they should have some maternal instincts when facing children, right? What was this auntie thinking when she stole the children? Little Wimp and the other two poor children were probably just a part of the many children she sold. Who knew how many years they had been in this business, but they seemed to be quite skilled. Jingtan felt that he was already a scumbag when he was a human. He didn't expect that after turning into a cat, he would still be able to see people who were so shameless. Just as Jingtan was thinking, the auntie came to the bedside and sat down. She picked up the cup of tea leaves and drank 2 mouthfuls. She frowned. She felt that the taste was not right, and the tea was already a little cold. She opened the window, poured out the tea in the cup, and picked up the teapot to pour another cup. After taking 2 sips, she still felt that the taste was different from before. However, the little 3-wheeled motorcycle driver downstairs was urging her to make lunch, so she didn't think too much about it. She finished the tea in the cup and hurried downstairs. Jingtan couldn't see the woman's movements, but he could roughly guess what she was doing from her voice. Hearing the sound of the auntie drinking water, Jingtan was relieved. However, he wasn't sure whether it was effective or not. How much did the auntie drink? How much did she drink? Could she produce the effect that the Jiao Pa mentioned? Jingtan didn't know. However, as long as he could weaken their power, it would be fine. Otherwise, Jingtan could only find an opportunity to destroy them one by one. After a while, the smell of food came from downstairs. Jingtan was a little hungry, but at this time, he could only endure it. This was his own fault, so even if it was uncomfortable, he had to endure it. Squatting under the bed, Jingtan thought about his next plan. In fact, he didn't have a specific plan. He could only take one step at a time. He didn't know these people, and he couldn't expose himself. What should he do? Those people were eating lunch, but the old man didn't come out of the room. It was the auntie who brought the food in. Jingtan suspected that the old man couldn't move. If that was the case, it would be more advantageous for Jingtan. Sigh, it was noon. He didn't know what the Jiao Pa was doing. What would they do when they found out that he was missing? Jingtan still remembered the old lady's exasperated screams when he ran to the 3-wheeled motorcycle. He didn't know if he would be scolded when he went back. After lunch, the 3 of them discussed something in the room. After the auntie came out, she went back to her room to sleep. Jingtan listened to the conversation between her and the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver. It seemed that they were going to take action at night. Were they going to move the children tonight? Were they going to ship them to a foreign buyer? Time was running out, and Jingtian felt that he had to do something. After a while, the three-wheeled motorcycle driver came over. He was going to buy the bus ticket. He came over to greet the auntie and ask if there was anything else he wanted to buy. However, after he called out a few times at the door, the auntie didn't respond. Jingtian's ears twitched, and he listened to the abnormal breathing of the person on the bed. Was the medicine working? After the three-wheeled motorcycle driver called out a few more times, he opened the door impatiently. However, he found that the person on the bed didn't look right. Her limbs were spasming, and she looked like she was having difficulty breathing. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" The three-wheeled motorcycle driver walked to the bedside and asked a few more questions. There was still no response. The person on the bed had a very high body temperature. Coupled with the symptoms, the three-wheeled motorcycle driver was scared. He quickly ran to the closed door and knocked on it. "Uncle Hook, open the door. Something's wrong." When the old man opened the door, his voice was filled with anxiety. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The three-wheeled motorcycle driver pointed at the person on the bed. "She seems to be sick." "Uncle, is it epilepsy?" After listening to the three-wheeled motorcycle driver, the old man calmed down a lot. As long as no one came to investigate, it wasn't a big deal. Bad luck. Something went wrong at the crucial moment. The old man scolded. "Uncle Hook, do you have any medicine? We can't let her stay like this forever. The plan for tonight's operation has already been arranged. We can't do it without her. I'm a grown man, and I can't bring a child so far away. I'm guessing that the moment we leave the station, we will be targeted by the police. You also said that we can't give the child sleeping pills anymore. That won't sell for a good price. Only she has the means to coax the child. I really can't take care of the child," the three-wheeled motorcycle driver said anxiously. The old man spat and scolded a few more times. After that, he asked the three-wheeled motorcycle driver to bring the person to a small clinic not too far from here. "That clinic is closed. The boss is preparing to buy a house in the city. When I came back today, the door was closed and no one was there," the three-wheeled motorcycle driver said. "Then see which hospital is closest to here. Send her there. Try to avoid people as much as possible." Of course I know. She put on makeup today. This place is also far from the amusement park. If we go out, no one will recognize her. Jingtian watched them busy for a while. The three-wheeled motorcycle driver took the auntie away. Hearing the sound of the three-wheeled motorcycle driving away, Jingtian let out a long sigh of relief. If it was only the old man, it would be much easier. But that old man has been hiding in the room all this time. How could he lure him out? Jingtian ran downstairs. The layout downstairs was much simpler. The motorcycle that the three-wheeled motorcycle driver used to ride was there. The bedroom downstairs should be where the three-wheeled motorcycle driver slept. It was a little messy and there was nothing special about it. The windows downstairs were installed with anti-theft nets. Jingtian gave up on the plan of jumping out of the window. After thinking for a while, he opened the door. Even if someone came in to steal something, Jingtian was not afraid. After all, it was not his house. These people deserved to be robbed. It was good that someone came in. The sooner they found out the old man's secret. After looking around, Jingtian went upstairs again. Jingtian looked around and then went to the auntie's room. He held the teacup and threw it at the window. Paw! There was a hole in the window. The teacup was also thrown out. These three people were so strict with outsiders. That meant that many people around them did not know that they were selling children. Jingtan felt that since he could not do it himself, he should get help from others. Jingtan continued to look for things to throw out of the window. Anyway, it was not his house. He did not feel bad about it. Teapot, kicked. Table, flipped. All the drawers were pulled out and thrown on the floor. Things were thrown everywhere. There was also a box of jewelry that the auntie had hidden. It was also thrown on the floor. Gold chains, gold earrings, etc., were all thrown on the floor. The sound of the window being smashed attracted many people who lived around. Someone saw that the door of the house was open and called out twice at the door. No one answered, but no one came in. Recently, many families had quarreled over the distribution of land compensation. There were also people who were injured because of this. The people around thought that it was probably because of this, so no one wanted to get involved. Besides, they were not familiar with this family. They just stood at the door and watched, talking among themselves. The old man inside actually heard the noise outside. He opened the thick curtains a little and looked outside. After hesitating for a while, he still did not open the door. He called the other two people, but they did not pick up. The old man had a bad feeling. He walked around the 10-square-meter room twice, lit a cigarette, and sat there smoking. There was a knife with a blood groove beside his hand. If it was just a thief, the old man was not afraid. It was fine as long as it was not the police. If the things outside were stolen, then so be it. As for the losses, he could earn it back by doing a few transactions. After sitting for a while, he still felt nervous. The old man picked up a white plastic wine bottle beside him, unscrewed the lid, poured a cup of wine, and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine could embolden the old man, and the ruthlessness in his eyes became stronger. Although his leg was a little injured, it did not affect his decisiveness. The narrow room was filled with smoke, and the little boy on the crib moved his eyelids. It was probably because the sleeping pills had worn off, and he looked like he was about to wake up. Jingtan saw that the old man was still holed up inside, and the people outside did not come in. He could not help but feel a little angry. He glanced at the messy things on the floor, and then looked at the closed door. Since the old man did not come out, then he would directly use force. He could not wait for the little 3-wheeled driver to come back. If that happened, then all his efforts would be wasted. He heard the noise outside and did not open the door. Then the old man would not open the door even if he went to knock. Jingtan observed the door of the auntie's room and the closed door of the room. They looked about the same. If it was only this kind of door, he could still kick it open. He could not hesitate anymore. Jingtan came to the door, took a few steps back, took a deep breath, sped up, jumped up, and used all his strength to kick the door lock. Originally, Jingtan planned to kick the door open within 3 times. He did not expect that this time, the door would be directly kicked open. The old man inside had just drunk wine and was about to come out with the knife to take a look. Just as he approached the door suddenly opened with a bang, directly hitting his head. Chapter 111. Jingtan, who was about to kick the old man a few more times, saw the fire spreading, and didn't care about him anymore. He kicked the knife in the old man's hand to one side, then ran to the crib and looked at the little brat inside. The little brat had already woken up, and looked like he was about to cry. However, after seeing Jingtan, his face that was about to cry calmed down, and he even started to laugh. What the hell was he laughing at? Jingtan couldn't care about anything else. The fire was getting stronger, and the heat in the air was getting stronger. If he continued to stay here, it would be difficult for him to breathe, and it would be very harmful to the little brat. Jingtan hurriedly lifted the little brat up, then started to run with his 2 legs. Stepping over the old man blocking the door, Jingtan carried the little brat and ran downstairs. The old man who had fallen to the ground covered his head, and was about to get up when he suddenly felt a black figure jump over him. Because his head had been hit, and when he fell to the ground, the back of his head hit the stool on the ground. He was a little dizzy, and couldn't see things clearly. The old man couldn't see anything from the black figure, but the one above the black figure was very familiar. Right. It was the big one. Someone had snatched the big one away. The old man's mind wasn't very clear, and his vision was blurry. His sense of distance wasn't very strong, and as long as he was a little more clear-headed, he wouldn't be able to connect that little black figure to a person. The fire around him was getting stronger and stronger, and the old man slowly realized that he couldn't stay here for long. Holding onto the door frame, he stood up, but after a few breaths, he felt that his mind was getting more and more muddled. This was a narrow little room, and the doors and windows were similar to other rooms. The only special thing was that the windows were covered with thick curtains, and the walls and door were covered with sound-absorbing cotton. This was to prevent the conversation inside from leaking out, or the cries of the baby from leaking out. Perhaps some could be heard outside the door, but outside the building, it was fine as long as the people outside couldn't hear. The requirements weren't high, so they kept the original wooden door. This was also the reason why Jingtan was able to succeed with a kick. Of course, there was also a coincidence that even Jingtan didn't expect. No matter what, Jingtan wanted to quickly carry little Wimp out and settle the matter. But when he reached the staircase on the first floor, Jingtan stopped in his tracks. He had almost forgotten that there were still some onlookers standing outside the entrance of this small building. He couldn't just carry the little brat out like this. Jingtan placed little Wimp on the ground floor of the first floor. Seeing that little Wimp was still looking at him, he laughed so hard that saliva was coming out of his mouth. Jingtan raised his hand and poked him. He hoped to poke this little brat until he cried. As long as he cried, the people outside would come in, right? Unfortunately, the little brat laughed even more happily. Jingtan, left with no choice, Jingtan walked behind little Wimp and pushed him outside. Little Wimp thought that Jingtan was playing with him, so he was pushed forward while lying on the ground. He didn't even know that his sleeves were dirty. "Hey, is there a child inside?" a resident said as he looked inside. "Looks like it. It looks like he's crawling out." The first floor was a little dark. Looking from the light to the dark, many details couldn't be seen clearly. However, Jingtan could clearly see the reactions of the people outside. Little Wimp was originally playing happily when he suddenly realized that the pushing force was gone. When he looked back, there was nothing. When he looked forward, there was a bunch of strangers. What? Finally seeing little Wimp cry, Jingtan heaved a sigh of relief. There were already people coming in from outside. After standing at the staircase on the second floor and watching little Wimp being carried away, Jingtan also jumped out of the utility room that he came in from. It was easier to climb up, but more difficult to climb down. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone behind this small building. Jingtan slowly slid down from the window on the second floor and jumped to the ground. When he walked to the front of the small building, many people had already seen the burning curtains on the second floor and smelled the burnt smell. Some called the police, some rushed to the rescue. Jingtan saw that the old man was dragged out. He seemed to still be alive, but he had fainted. Just as he was looking, a police car drove over. They just called the police. Why are they here so quickly? Some of the residents were curious. Jingtan looked behind the police cars. The Jiao Pa's car was also there. He immediately felt relieved. This way, little Wimp didn't need to look for the police. He could directly be taken away by the Jiao Pa. After putting out the fire, the Jiao Pa had already found little Wimp, who was being hugged by the residents and crying at the top of his lungs. Little Wimp's father also drove over and hugged him. The father and son cried together. The Jiao Pa called the other relatives and elders to let them know that they were safe. Then, he looked at a spot on Little Wimp's back that looked like a cat's paw print. He walked to the side, looked at the surrounding bushes, and shouted in a low voice. "Black charcoal. Come out quickly. I know you're around." Hearing the Jiao Pa shout, Jingtan poked his head out from behind a tree. Seeing the black cat's head, the Jiao Pa, who was about to smile and call his cat over, had a strange expression on his face. Little Wimp's father saw the old man being dragged out by the residents and was a little agitated. If it weren't for the few police officers holding him back, he probably would have gone over and kicked him. Many of the residents were watching the development of the situation and didn't pay attention to the Jiao Pa. A leading police officer walked over and chatted with the Jiao Pa for a while. "It's confirmed that it's him. We also found a few phones upstairs. Due to the fire, they were damaged to varying degrees. However, all the information we need is on them. We will investigate further based on the call records and numbers. However, these people don't usually use their real names. Once they feel that something is wrong, they will change their phone number and even their code name. We can't say how much we can find for now." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The Jiao Pa paused and asked again, "Did you find out the cause of the fire?" "There's a speculation. The old man likes to drink high alcohol content liquor. I don't know where he got it from, but there might be some industrial alcohol in it. The old man likes to smoke, and the weather has been good lately. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught fire so easily. You haven't seen the house before. There are a lot of flammable things in there, and some low-quality sound-absorbent cotton. Not only did it catch fire, it also produced a lot of poisonous gas. The old man inhaled a lot of it. However, the old man was lucky. A few days ago, a nightclub also caught fire due to some unknown reasons. Some of the things in there burned and produced hydrogen cyanide. If it had happened here today, the old man would have died. Hydrogen cyanide was a deadly poison. The Jiao Pa was very clear about this. "How's the old man now?" the Jiao Pa asked. Knowing that it wasn't his cat that started the fire, the Jiao Pa felt a lot more at ease. He was dragged out in time. He survived, but he won't be able to live for long. With all the crimes he committed, the law won't let him live. It was October, and the weather was good. Many people were still wearing short sleeves and busily working. The policeman who talked to the Jiao Pa had sweat all over his forehead. At this time, a policeman came to look for him. He said a few words to the Jiao Pa and left. Jingtan listened to the conversation between the policeman and the Jiao Pa from the bushes. He knew that they had been investigating the three-wheeled motorcycle driver. When they were at the hospital, they had arrested him and the woman. At the same time, they had also found a silly baby girl in the three-wheeled motorcycle driver's car. The three-wheeled motorcycle driver was going to find a place to throw the baby away. The Jiao Pa stopped paying attention. They were either investigating the human traffickers or focusing on the child. "Black charcoal, go back to the car and stay there for a while," the Jiao Pa said as he walked towards the parking lot. As he walked, he glanced at his cat, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Opening the car door, the Jiao Pa asked Jingtan to get into the car. It would probably be a while before they left. There were some snacks in the car for Jingtan to eat. Jingtan didn't care about anything else. After getting into the car, he grabbed the snacks and opened them to eat. There were still some stains on his feet, and he stepped on the car seat. The Jiao Pa didn't say anything when he saw this. He lifted Jingtan up and checked. The Jiao Pa didn't find any injuries on his cat. He was walking and running normally, and his appetite was still very good. "Black charcoal. Thank you for your hard work," the Jiao Pa said in the end. He really had to thank his cat for this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be investigating the three-wheeled motorcycle. The Jiaopa glanced at his cat again, sighed, closed the car door, and walked towards the house. Jing Tan didn't care about what happened there. Moreover, he felt that since the Jiaopa was able to detect some of the things he did, he would definitely help cover up some of the traces. The Jiaopa would make up some nonsense that didn't make sense. Anyway, he wasn't worried. He had saved the child, so he just needed to fill his stomach first. After eating and drinking, Jing Tan didn't do anything else. He leaned against the car window and looked at the crowd outside. There were more and more residents gathering around. There was no lack of people in the world who wanted to see what was going on. Yawning, Jing Tan leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. He hadn't slept much since last night. Now that he was relaxed, he felt a little tired. After some time, Jing Tan heard the car door open. He opened his eyes and saw the Jiaopa coming in. He looked out the window again. Other than the 2 police cars that were still parked there, the other cars were preparing to leave. The Jiaopa and the child's father didn't go back first. They went to the hospital first, where the child's mother was. "I'll go to the hospital first." "Do you still want to stay in the car?" the Jiaopa asked after parking the car. Jing Tan's ears twitched, and the tip of his tail wagged twice. He didn't have any intention of getting up. "Okay." After closing the car door, the Jiaopa and the others walked towards the hospital. Knowing that their child was fine, the adults and the elderly were so happy that they cried. That had nothing to do with Jing Tan. He just wanted to go back and take a good shower and catch up on sleep. When they entered the hospital, there were a few people together. When they came out, it was only the Jiaopa. The people in the hospital were too enthusiastic. The child's father even pulled the Jiaopa to thank him properly. The Jiaopa said that he had something to do and left first. When he returned to his house, the Jiaoma was waiting at the door. The 2 children rushed out as soon as they heard the noise. They were told that their cat was fine over the phone, so they waited in the living room. They didn't even want to watch the TV. Black charcoal. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo both ran out. However, when Jing Tan came out of the car, the Jiao Ma and the 2 children's expressions were a little strange. Previously, Jing Tan felt that there was something wrong with the Jiao Pa's expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that what happened to him this time was a little strange. But now, even if he couldn't figure it out, Jing Tan knew that something was wrong. Little Pomelo pointed at Jing Tan and said in surprise, "Black charcoal, your beard." Previously, when they were in the small building, Jing Tan had focused all her attention on how to bring the little wimp out of the burning room and how to make sure that the little wimp was discovered without implicating herself, so she did not pay attention to anything else. Jing Tan, who was walking towards the house, turned around and jumped into the car. He climbed into the driver's seat and stretched his neck to look at himself in the rearview mirror. Then, the alpaca in his heart started running again. Chapter 112. Jing Tan stared at the rearview mirror for half a minute, and even looked at it from different angles. In the end, he realized that not a single strand of his beard was intact. The originally black, straight, and resilient strands of beard were now F*King curly. Cats not only had beards on both sides of their mouths, but they also had beards on other parts of their bodies, such as above their eyes, cheeks, and chins. However, people didn't call them beards, and they were easy to overlook. Sometimes, some people called the beards above their eyes eyebrows. Now, Jing Tan's fur was almost all burned off in the places with long beards, but the beards on both sides of his mouth were more obvious. The eyebrows were curled, and the beards were curled, and they were curled unevenly. Jing Tan wanted to smash the rearview mirror. However, considering that this was a new car that the Jiaopa had just bought a few days ago, Jing Tan endured it. Jumping out of the car, Jing Tan covered his ears, ignored the others, and walked straight into the house. "Did Black Charcoal get hurt?" asked the Jiao Ma. I think so. The Jiao Pa nodded. The Jiao Ma decided to comfort her cat and make more delicious food for dinner. Little Pomelo was very anxious when she knew that her cat's beard was burned off. She was relieved when the Jiao Pa explained that it would grow back after a while. However, even though he knew that his beard would grow back in the future, Jingtan was still in a bad mood. After entering the house, he stayed in the room. Every once in a while, he would jump on the table and look at himself in the mirror. He was in a bad mood when he saw the curled beard. In the end, Jingtan made a decision. After looking through a few rooms, he saw a pair of scissors on the old lady's bedside table. Jingtan took the scissors and put it in front of little Pomelo, who had been following behind him. Cut the beard. Little Pomelo looked at the scissors on the floor and was a little worried. Jingtan pushed the scissors closer to little Pomelo, meaning, cut it. Instead of cutting off Jingtan's beard, little Pomelo first asked the Jiao Pa for confirmation. Then, she picked up the scissors and carefully cut off the curly cat's whiskers one by one. The parts that were not burned by the fire were still preserved and had not been cut off. Because the beard was not very regular when it was burned, the length of the curls was also different, so after cutting it, it was obviously long and short, looking very awkward. The roots of a cat's whiskers were covered with nerves, which allowed them to detect slight movements. It was said that they could even feel something as light as a milligram brushing past them. They could even distinguish the airflow and direction of the wind. Because of the importance of whiskers to cats, little Pomelo was very serious. The Jiao Yuan watched from the side and did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that if he made any noise, he would disturb little Pomelo and cut off the cat's whiskers. The Jiao Pa, who was sitting on the sofa, actually wanted to say that as long as the roots of the whiskers were not damaged, it did not matter how much was cut off or how little was cut. However, seeing the two children's nervous faces and the obviously depressed cat, the Jiao Pa did not say anything. After cutting the whiskers, little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan, who was watching from the side, both let out a sigh of relief. Little Pomelo put the curly cat's whiskers in a small plastic bag and put it in a box to keep it. Jingtan raised his paw and touched the whiskers. They were obviously much shorter. The shortest whiskers were almost touching the cat's mouth. F***ck, it was not easy to be a hero, but the price was the curly whiskers that were burned. Jumping on the table and looking at the mirror on the table, Jingtan tilted his face and looked at himself from a few different angles. He felt that without the whiskers, the cat's aura suddenly changed from mighty and domineering to wretched and funny. It was really frustrating. Don't worry, the whiskers will grow back soon. Little Pomelo comforted him. Jingtan wagged his tail. It would definitely grow back, but how long would it take for it to become the same as before? No one could say for sure. It could be a week or two, or more than a month, or even longer. There was no absolute answer. Different cats seemed to have different whiskers growing at different speeds. This was the Jiao Pa's conclusion. The most depressing moment for Jingtan was when the Grandpa Jiao came back. Knowing that it was his son's black cat that they were able to find the little brats so quickly, the Grandpa Jiao bought a big fish when he passed by the market to reward the cat. However, when he got home, he found that the whiskers on both sides of the cat's face were short and uneven. The old man was curious and insisted on asking the Jiao Pa why. The Jiao Pa said that there was a fire at the human trafficker's place and that his cat was burned there. The old man was a little distressed when he heard that, but then he started to laugh. After a day of depression, he was finally able to relax. He laughed very loudly, which made the two children unhappy. It's nothing. Many people in our village have cats. There are many who have their whiskers burned by the stove in the winter. They'll grow back soon. It's okay, but this cat's movements will probably be affected. The old man sat on the sofa and reached out to touch Jingtan's whiskers. Jingtan turned his head and slapped the old man's hand away. Oh, you're angry. The Grandpa Jiao was not angry when his hand was slapped away. After this incident, the old man felt that this cat was indeed very rare. Hearing his grandson say that his cat was in a bad mood because it had lost its whiskers, the Grandpa Jiao was a little suspicious, but he did not continue to tease it. The old man had never thought about how a cat could be in a bad mood, but after this incident, he knew that this cat was intelligent, so he did not say anything more. The old people believed in some sayings. In the early years in his hometown, people had to respect animals with intelligence, but the old man looked at the cat in front of him and could not bring himself to respect it. No matter how he looked at it, it was funny. He just wanted to tease it. Shaking his head, the old man put his hands behind his back and walked to the kitchen. He saw the old lady cooking fish and was even pointing at it. The old lady chased him out with a spatula. In the end, he went to the living room to watch TV with the children. The little boy's parents called to thank them and said that they wanted to treat the Jiao Pa and the others to a meal. They even wanted to bring the cat. This was the first time they had formally invited a cat to a meal, but the Jiao Pa rejected them. The little boy's mother was still lying in the hospital and probably could not be discharged for the time being. They were all relatives and friends, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. Grandpa Jiao also said that those who were sick should rest and those who were taking care of the child should take care of the child. He was afraid that this incident would traumatize the child. They had to check if there were any side effects of the sleeping pills. If they wanted to thank him, they would have plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Since the Grandpa Jiao had said so, the little boy's parents did not insist. They only said that they would have a gathering during the new year, and they would definitely treat them well. In fact, many people only knew that Associate Professor Jiao's cat was responsible for finding the three-wheeled motorcycle driver. As for what happened in the building where the human traffickers were hiding, they did not think that the cat was responsible. They only thought that someone else was involved, which led to the series of events that followed. After all, no one would have thought that a cat could create such trouble for the human traffickers. Even the Jiao Pa would not have thought that his cat could carry a child and run downstairs. Since the cat was not involved, there were many suspicious points in the case. The investigation was still ongoing. However, since the cause of the fire could not be found, and the old man was not very clear-headed, they could not get anything out of him. Now, their work temporarily shifted from the direction of the fire to the search for the three human traffickers. Human traffickers were involved in a wide range of transactions. For example, the three that were caught this time, there were people above them who were in contact with even more human traffickers who sold children. It could be in the city or the province, or it could be in other provinces. Therefore, according to the information at hand, the work in the future would be even more difficult. Now, some people were rubbing their hands and preparing to do big things in order to be promoted. They would not keep thinking about how the small building caught fire, or how the little boy climbed downstairs. Just 5 hours after the old man was caught, one of the provincial public security department's highway traffic police detachment drove a police car to a toll station. They found a suspicious woman carrying a baby. When they questioned her, the woman looked panicked and full of loopholes. After more questioning, the woman finally confessed that she had broken the law. And in these two cases, there were parts that were related. They had people in common. After the investigation, through the unified feedback of the investigation results, more than 200 people were involved in the investigation within half a year. More than 100 children were involved in the investigation. A nationwide arrest operation had begun. However, that was a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Zheng Tan would not pay special attention to the child trafficking cases. He was now squatting on the sofa in distress. Many people said that a beard was like a ruler or a snail's antennae. It could help a cat detect the width of the road, so that it could move freely and accurately. Without a beard, their movements would become sluggish and lifeless. For Zheng Tan, it was not sluggish or lifeless. It was just that he was not used to it. Hearing it from others was one thing, but the one who felt it the most was Jingtan himself. Previously, when he was in a bad mood, Jingtan put all his thoughts on the burnt beard. But now, after calming down, he realized that it did feel like something was missing. It was not entirely a psychological effect, but a real feeling. Usually, he did not pay much attention to it, but when he slept at night, in the dead of the night, Jingtan always felt that his senses had become a little sluggish. As an extremely important tactile organ for cats, the function of the beard was also reflected. They were a supplement to the visual senses. After losing the beard, Jingtan truly understood the function of the long beard. The long beard above the eyes and on the cheeks could remind Jingtan of objects that were harmful to the eyes and other parts of the face. After touching them, he would avoid them, so that he would not bump into them without seeing them. Usually, he would sleep and eat as usual. His appetite was not bad. Jingtan would not let his stomach suffer because of losing the beard. However, he did feel uncomfortable and did not feel smooth. Sometimes, Jingtan would feel uneasy. He did not know if it was the after effects of losing the beard. Could it be that he was too sensitive? Jingtan lay on the sofa and pondered. However, before Jingtan could adjust his state of mind, the National Day holiday was almost over. Because of the incident with the little brat, everyone did not go back to their hometown. They only stayed in town for a few days, then prepared to return to Chuhua City. Before leaving, Grandpa Jiao even told the Jiaopa to bring the cats back for the new year. When the time came, he would make a beautiful cat bed for them. The Jiaopa only smiled and did not say much. They knew that their cats always slept on the bed. Knowing that they were going back to Chuhua, Jingtan's mood improved a little. Chapter 113. Jingtan didn't leave the house for the first week after returning to the eastern courtyard. After the National Day holiday, Jiao Wei and the others started their classes. At noon, Jiao Wei picked up little Pomelo for lunch at the small restaurant and brought a portion back for Jingtan. After the holiday, when Jiao Wei saw Jingtan, he didn't know what to say. If it was a normal cat, he might have smiled, but facing this black cat, he couldn't smile, and he didn't dare to smile. In the past, he didn't believe that a cat could be so capable, but now, Jiao Wei was shaken. In October, no one came to his small restaurant to ask for sanitary fees, and no one came looking for trouble. His father said that it might be because it wasn't time yet, but Jiao Wei didn't think that was the reason, especially after going to the night building. He opened the door and put the lunch box on the chair. The black cat, lying on the sofa, yawned lazily, stretched, and began to eat his lunch. The cat's whiskers had grown a little after this week, better than when they were first cut, but Jingtan still thought that it was growing too slowly. At this speed, it would take more than a week for it to be barely noticeable, and for it to be the same as before, it would take even longer. However, after this incident, Jingtan felt that the whiskers were much more sensitive than before, and he didn't know if it was because of his deliberate training. After returning home, when Jingtan was bored alone at home, he would flip through the magazines that Zhao Pa subscribed to. Once, he happened to see an article in a not-so-formal magazine, and the general idea was as follows: a scientist did this experiment. After they blindfolded a cat for a period of time, compared to a normal cat without blindfolds, the former's whiskers grew more, and the average length of the whiskers was 5 millimeters longer than a normal cat's. Therefore, some people jokingly said that in order to let a cat recover faster after its whiskers were cut, it could be blindfolded. Jingtan didn't want to cover his eyes, but after careful consideration, he felt that he could give it a try. Sometimes, when he was at home, Jingtan would close his eyes and use his beard's sense of touch to determine what was happening around him and the objects he came into contact with. The article also said that in the dark, a cat's whiskers have a very sensitive and rapid sense of touch. Cats can use it to identify invisible things. Jingtan had tried it before. He didn't know if it was because he was too slow or because his beard hadn't grown properly, but it wasn't as effective as the article said. However, none of this made Jingtan give up the idea of trying. As a cat with only half a beard, a cat that could only hide at home and entertain itself, this was the pleasure he had finally found after being bored out of his mind. Since there was no one at home most of the time during the day, Jingtan could boldly give it a try. Even if he made a fool of himself, no one would see it. For example, in the afternoon, after the lunch break, Jiao Wei would send little Pomelo to school, and he would go to class himself, or go to the library to study. Jingtan would jump off the sofa, close his eyes, and start to mobilize his senses to the greatest extent to feel the things around him and the sensations caused by some slight movements. The wind blew in from the balcony, and Jingtan could roughly determine the obstacles in front of him from the surrounding airflow. In addition to the whiskers, Jingtan also felt that there was something special about the front paws. Some vibrations on the ground could be felt through the fur on the front paws. Jingtan didn't pay attention to it before, but now it seemed that the reason why cats were so alert and could react quickly to small movements was not only because of experience, but also because of some of their evolved abilities. Jingtan now hoped to be able to make greater use of these unearthed abilities, so that when he went out in the future, they could come in handy. Since Jingtan's beard was cut, the advertisements that he had with Xiaoguo also stopped. Xiaoguo called every few days to ask about the situation, and he was even more anxious than Jingtan. But it was impossible to let a cat with a broken beard appear in an advertisement, right? That would make people laugh their heads off, and some people with ulterior motives might even connect the matter of the whiskers to cat food. There was no lack of people in the world who would seize the opportunity to put the blame on you. Therefore, even if he was anxious, Xiaoguo had to endure it. For this reason, Xiaoguo also looked for a lot of people to seek the secret to make cats grow whiskers faster. Jingtan ignored him. Now that he had just figured out the whisker game, he didn't want to try other uncertain methods. If there was a chance that the whiskers would fall off, it would be useless. Every morning when he got up, the first thing Jingtan did was to touch his whiskers and then look in the mirror. Little Pomelo also measured Jingtan every day. Every whisker was recorded, and little Pomelo recorded it in a book. Looking at the increase in the number, everyone was very pleased. Knowing that a cat's whiskers would grow was one thing, but really seeing and confirming that it was growing was another thing. After confirming it, there was no need to worry. After playing the whisker game, Jingtan went to the balcony, leaned against the pot of orchid, and squinted his eyes to bask in the sun. Clang! 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 The sound of claws stepping on the iron mesh sounded. Jingtan moved his ears, but ignored it. During the National Day holiday, many people went out, but not General's home. There were too many people going out on National Day, but its owner didn't. Instead, he brought General back to school. However, General spent most of the year playing outside, wandering in various nature reserves. Anyway, it didn't need money to play. Seeing that Jingtan ignored it, General stopped for a while. However, Jingtan didn't close his eyes for long before he heard the long-lost voice from the balcony on the 4th floor diagonally below. Why are the flowers so red? Why are they so red? Ah, red like a burning fire. Red your ass. Jingtan tugged at her ears and turned to leave. As she walked, she glanced downstairs. She was just casually looking, but then she saw a familiar car driving in. F***CK, why did Third Master Fong, this busy guy, come again? Fong Xiaokong had called Jiao Pa. He had just driven from Beijing to Chuhua City today. Originally, he had only brought some seafood to the Jiao family. If there was no one at home, he would bring it directly to Associate Professor Jiao's office. However, knowing that the cat was at home, he came directly to the eastern courtyard to take a look. However, on the phone, Associate Professor Jiao's tone was a little strange. This made the third Master Fong even more interested. He hadn't seen the cat during the holiday. What did it do again? After parking the car, the third Master Fong looked up at the fifth floor. His eyesight was very good, and he happened to see the black tips of the ears. "Black charcoal, come down and open the door," the third Master Fong shouted from downstairs. Jingtan hesitated for a while, but still opened the door and went downstairs to swipe the access card. "Hey, why are you cooped up at home? Aren't you usually outside at this time?" Before the third Master Fong could finish his sentence, he saw the black cat in front of him with half of its beard. He was silent for a while, then squatted down and laughed. "What the hell are you laughing about?" Jingtan ignored him. After swiping the access card, he went upstairs directly. "Wait, let me take a breather." The third Master Fong stood up and walked upstairs with a bag. "I also brought you some seafood as snacks." Panting, he went up to the fifth floor and put down the bag. The third Master Fong stood in front of Jingtan and looked at Jingtan's beard carefully. Then, he took out his phone and prepared to take a photo. These days, only people like the third Master Fong used high-end phones and took good photos. However, Jingtan was troubled. Wasn't it just a short beard? What was so strange about it? "Don't move, don't move. I'll take a photo for my daughter." "Hey, don't move. Turn around and take a look." Jingtan directly slapped the third Master Fong's phone away. He picked up the phone and tried to make 2 calls. It was still working. He put it in his pocket. The third Master Fong took a paper cup from the water dispenser and drank some water. Then, he sat on the sofa and rested for a while. He said to Jingtan, "Your beard should grow out next month, right?" Without waiting for Jingtan to answer, the third Master Fong continued, "It should grow out. When I was young, I saw a big tabby cat whose beard was curled up. It grew out in 3 weeks. Yours should be about the same." Jingtan was speechless. "My beard was curled up even more. How about this, I'll take you out to play next month when I have time. There are many people with pets there. I'll come to find you then, and you can help me socialize. There are a few customers who like cats. If you're there, the business talks will be smoother." I'll let your cat father know and set a time first." The third Master Fong's self-answering mode lasted for 2 minutes. Then, he took a phone call and left in a hurry. He probably hadn't finished his business in Chuhua City yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been running around. Even a big businessman like him had his worries. Socializing was an essential part of his business. Whether he was a small office worker or a big boss with a lot of money, everyone had their own worries behind the halo. After the third Master Fong left, Jingtan looked at the calendar on the wall. His beard should grow back in a month. In the evening, Celestine came over. The National Day holiday had just ended. The second day after the Jiao family came back, Celestine came over. But when he saw that Jingtan didn't want to go out with his half-grown beard, he didn't take him out. Today, Celestine didn't have much hope that Jingtan would go to the night building with him, but he didn't expect that Jingtan would really want to go out today. When you're in a bad mood, you need to vent. Jingtan was depressed. Celestine came at the right time. In the car, Celestine looked at the cat in the back seat. Its beard had grown a little, but it was obviously only half-grown. He heard that it was in a bad mood recently. Suddenly, Celestine had a bad feeling. In the evening, Yi Hao, Ron Chi, and Leopard came to the night building to relax. The night building wasn't the only business in his hands. He was usually busy outside. When he was free, he would come to the night building to listen to the East Palace's performance and relax. Before he came, Yi Hao had received a report from his subordinates and knew that Wei Leng had also come. However, he didn't know that Wei Leng had brought a cat with him because Jingtan had been nestled in the backpack and no one had seen him. He felt that it was embarrassing to let others see half of his beard. Yi Hao and the other two came to the third floor. At the door of Celestine's private room, they saw Celestine squatting there and smoking. "What's wrong? Why are you squatting here?" Chapter 114. Yi Hao slammed the door shut and looked at Celestine. "Why is it here again?" Celestine got up and stretched his body. "That guy is in a bad mood and came over to vent. But this time, he didn't drink. He'll be fine after roaring for an hour or two." "An hour or two? How long have you been here?" Yi Hao asked. Celestine took out his phone and looked at it. "More than 50 minutes. Almost an hour." Yi Hao shook his head and was about to suggest a change of location. He didn't want to keep Celestine waiting here, but before he could say anything, the door opened. This time, there was no magic sound. Jingtan opened the door himself. After opening the door, he didn't look at the people outside. He ran to the sofa and lay down to rest. He was tired from singing and had vented most of his emotions. He drank a glass of water and peed. His mood was much better. Yi Hao looked at the open door and signaled to Celestine to decide. Celestine pursed his lips and walked into the room with a cigarette in his mouth. Yi Hao followed him in. Leopard and Ronqi behind him were hesitant, especially Ronqi. He looked like he had been constipated for a long time. After being bumped by Leopard, he touched the necklace he was wearing, took a deep breath, and walked in. Jingtan didn't want to know what these people were talking about, but his ears caught a few key words and it still piqued his interest. Yi Hao was going to take over the abandoned project around Tsinghua University and develop that area. In fact, he had been eyeing that piece of land for a long time, but he hadn't decided to do it. In the past, there was a huge wave because of that project. At that time, Yi Hao was wise to protect himself and didn't get involved. Later, there was a change in personnel and a group of people fell one after another. A few years ago, the person who could do whatever he wanted in Tsinghua City disappeared. It wasn't until this summer that Yi Hao started paying attention to that piece of land again. However, even now, it was not easy to make a move. This was also the reason why he had been looking for a way. "How are things now?" Celestine asked. "I've contacted the third Master Fong and made an appointment. We'll talk then." Yi Hao rubbed his forehead and said, "We don't necessarily need the third Master Fong's help. We just want to know what the third Master Fong's attitude is right now. If he's not bad, it shouldn't be a problem." "Which place did the third Master Fong take a fancy to?" Celestine was curious. Jingtan also perked up his ears to listen. Yi Hao shook his head. "I've only heard rumors. However, no one knows what the third Master Fong is thinking. No matter what, it's always good to give him a heads up. Now that the Shaoguang Group's development plans and trends have been made public, we can see that they are coming aggressively. Some of them look very risky, but I believe that the third Master Fong is not the kind of person who does things without confidence." Jingtan was not very clear about what Yi Hao and the others talked about. He did not understand some of the things that were going on. He only knew that Yi Hao was preparing to start on the area not far from the side door of Tsinghua University. He just did not know when he would be able to take it down. He did not know when the real construction would start. After chatting with Yi Hao for a while, Celestine said goodbye and left. After Jingtan and Celestine left, Yi Hao sat in the room for a while. Suddenly, he asked Leopard and Ronqi, "Do you think I should open a room especially for that cat to vent?" Ronqi, who had just relaxed a little because of the cat's departure, stiffened. "Open a room especially for that cat?" Looking at the whole country, who would open a VIP room especially for a cat? Just to let that cat vent by singing. Also, if he opened a room especially for that cat, did that mean that the cat would come often in the future? Maybe it would even bring some friends. Leopard and Ranchi did not say anything. After Yi Hao smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, he got up and left. It seemed that he already had an idea. However, Leopard and Ranchi did not know what decision Yi Hao had made. On the other hand, on the way back, Xingtan suddenly remembered that Yi Hao and the others did not seem to notice the problem with his beard. Was it because of the color of his fur and the light at that time that they did not notice it? It was not until he returned to the Jiao family that Xingtan came up with an explanation. Not everyone could tell at first glance that something was wrong with you. If they did not pay enough attention, if they did not care enough, if they did not pay enough attention to you, how could they notice those details? Some people had pets, and they would be able to tell if their pets were in a slightly bad condition. Whether they were active, whether they were walking normally, whether the tip of their nose was moist, whether there were any changes in their habits, etc. But for some people, even if their pets were on the verge of death, they might not be able to tell. It was the same for pets, and it was the same for people. For example, if the Jiao Pa or the 2 children coughed, the Jiao Ma would be able to tell that there was something wrong with the cough. She was afraid that it might be a cold or pharyngitis, and she would quickly take measures to prevent the situation from developing in a worse direction. However, how many people living in the surrounding area would be able to think like that? In Xingtan's case, the Jiao family seemed to be able to notice his abnormality immediately. When he thought of this, Xingtan had a very strange feeling. He could not tell exactly what it was. When he was still a human, he had never felt this way. Perhaps, he did not notice it at that time. After venting the frustration in her heart and figuring out some problems, Xingtan no longer cared so much about the bearded man. Now that his beard had grown a lot, everything was slowly getting better. Since he was in a good mood, Xingtan began to feel restless again. The weather outside was good. Sometimes, Xingtan would see Huang and the others rolling on the grass and basking in the sun. It was impossible not to be envious. Basking in the sun on the balcony was very different from basking in the sun outside. Today, Xingtan finally decided to go out for a walk. The beard that had been growing for 2 weeks was much longer than when it was just cut. Although it still looked shorter than when it was in good condition, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Besides, if he went out, people might not notice his beard. Besides, Xingtan did not want to care about what those unimportant people thought of him. After swiping the access card and going out of the building, Xingtan breathed in the warm afternoon air and felt the warmth of the sun. He was in a good mood. When he came to the grass in the family's courtyard, he saw Huang lying there and basking in the sun again. The sheriff was playing with bugs in the bushes. Depeng was squatting by the side, squinting his eyes and twitching his ears from time to time. This guy would only come out to play when the old lady was out. If the old lady was home, this guy would squat on the balcony and not go anywhere. Seeing Xingtan come over, Huang, who was lying on the grass, rolled on the grass and rubbed his back. Then, he stretched out his claws and scratched Xingtan's tail. He shook his tail to get away from Huang's claws. Xingtan lay on the grass and yawned. Then, he played with the grass beside his claws. While he was playing, a person came in from the courtyard gate. That person was probably going to take a shortcut and cross the grass to get to the building. However, when he walked on the grass, he saw the cat over there. Xingtan felt that the person looked familiar. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that this was the guy who lived on the first floor of the building closer to the building. He was the one who was having sex with his girlfriend early in the morning without drawing the curtains. Later, Xingtan went over to take a look a few times. The curtains were tightly drawn and only opened when there was no one in the room. Originally, Xingtan thought that the person would pick up a stone and throw it at him, so he was ready to dodge. He didn't expect that the person would just stand there and change his expression a few times. Then, as if he didn't see anything, he continued to walk. However, He deviated from his route and walked a lot faster to avoid Jingtan and the others. What Jingtan didn't know was that the person did have the idea of picking up a stone and throwing it at the cat, but he resisted. Later, he asked a few people in the courtyard and they told him that there were 2 cats and 2 dogs in the east courtyard that he couldn't provoke. The 2 dogs referred to the bull-headed terrier Zhuang Zhuang and Sanchua, the Sahara dog. The former's fighting strength was ferocious, and everyone in the courtyard knew that. It made a name for itself in catching thieves, and it had a fierce reputation. When it went for a walk, it even fought with some of the dogs in the west courtyard. It was a person that didn't care about life when it was fierce. On the other hand, Sahara dog was a little smart, liked to cause trouble, and was vengeful. If you offended it, it would shit in front of your door, push you from behind when you weren't paying attention, or pull your shoelaces, or pee on your bedding that was exposed to the sun. In short, it was very annoying. However, it had a strong background, and you had to look at its owner before you hit it. As for the 2 cats, they were both in the bee family building. One was Fat Pear Blossom, and the other was Black Cat. It wasn't as detailed as the introduction of the 2 dogs. It was very simple, but it gave people endless fanciful thoughts. However, it was precisely because of this that people were even more afraid. Although what the 2 cats and 2 dogs said was a joke, there was truth in it. Therefore, every time that person entered the courtyard, he would avoid the 2 cats and 2 dogs when he saw them. When he walked out of the lawn, that person turned his head to look at the cat that was sunbathing on the lawn. He saw that the black cat was still looking at him. That gaze made people panic, and they felt that if they looked at it a few more times, they would have goosebumps. Shaking his head, that person quickened his pace and left. Jingtan didn't know what that person was thinking, and he could only wonder why that person looked at him as if he was looking at a scourge. However, it was only a moment of curiosity, and he threw it to the back of his mind. At around 4:00, Zhao Yuan and the others rode their bicycles back. Because the whole school was cleaning today, they didn't have to be on duty, so they just cleaned up casually and came back. After entering the courtyard, they went to their respective buildings. When they parted ways, Jingtan heard them talking about the morning run. It was very strange, why would that little brat Zhao Yuan decide to go for a morning run? When they were eating dinner that night, Zhao Yuan mentioned it. Only then did Jingtan know that the autumn sports meet was about to begin. Unlike the sports meet in primary school, the competition between junior high school students was more intense. Children in their puberty period began to have all kinds of ideas. At the beginning of junior high school, many boys hadn't started to grow, and girls generally matured earlier, so many boys still looked small. For example, Zhao Yuan and the others were about the same height as the little girl Litmus. Sometimes, they felt that they couldn't compare to the little girl. However, Xiong was an exception. This guy was strong, and he was considered tall in class. He was also more active. As soon as he entered the class, he got the position of sports committee member. As for the few of them, the teachers took good care of them, not only because of Xiong's mother, but also because some of the children who studied in this junior high school were the children of the teachers of Tsinghua University. Therefore, the teachers in the school would take good care of these students. Among these teachers, there might also be children who were studying in Tsinghua University, and they would also need the teachers of Tsinghua University to take care of them. Everyone was well aware of this. However, because of this, small groups were formed in the class. For example, Zhao Yuan and the others were in a small group. In this small group, there was a sports committee member. In addition, there were many events in the sports meet that hadn't been signed up for long, and the students in the same class weren't very familiar with each other. Xiong pulled Zhao Yuan and the others into the group. As for the rest of the events that hadn't been signed up yet, they could each choose one. Chapter 115. For students who had just entered junior high school, 800 meters was already difficult enough, let alone 1,500 meters. That would be too tiring. Jing Tan looked at Zhao Yuan with pity in his eyes. However, Zhao Yuan and the others had to be loyal to their friends. In order not to embarrass Xiong Xiong, the sports committee member, they decided to train tomorrow and the day after. Whoever had the best stamina would take on the toughest task. The spots for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter races had not been decided yet, so Zhao Yuan did not know which one he could run in. He made an appointment with the others to run at the sports field in Tsinghua University, which was closest to the residential area. Zhao Pa supported Zhao Yuan's decision, but he still told Zhao Yuan to do what he could. There was only 1 week left before the sports meet, so there was a limit to what they could do in 7 days. Zhao Ma had also changed her diet recently. She wanted to give Zhao Yuan more supplements. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuan got out of bed. After breakfast, he ran out to meet up with the others in the courtyard. Little Pomelo was bored at home. She did not have a lot of homework, and she had already finished half of it last night. She could finish the rest by tonight. After watching TV for a while, she told Zhao Ma that she was going out with Jing Tan. They went to the sports field to meet Zhao Yuan and the others. Little Pomelo took the car keys and pushed the children's car out. The 2 wheels at the back had already been removed. Zhao Pa had also adjusted the seat according to Little Pomelo's height. Jing Tan jumped into the basket, and Little Pomelo rode the car to the sports field. There were many people walking around on a Saturday. Some people who were planning to go shopping had woken up early. The weather was not cold, so there were not many people who stayed in bed. Some passers-by would cast curious glances at Little Pomelo and Jing Tan when they saw them. They would greet their acquaintances as well. Many people took their pets for a walk in the morning, and Niu Zhuangzhuang was one of them. From afar, Jing Tan could see the deformed body and the black eye pattern. Every time Jing Tan saw Old Man Yen take Niu Zhuangzhuang out for a walk, he felt as if Niu Zhuangzhuang was holding Old Man Yen's leash. Niu Zhuangzhuang led the way in front with the dog leash taut. Every once in a while, it would find a place to raise its hind leg to pee. There were also people doing morning exercises at the sports field. There were many people running. After parking the car at the bicycle shed, Little Pomelo and Jing Tan walked to the side of the sports field. Zhao Yuan and the others were easy to find. They were huddled together and seemed to be arguing about something. Litmus sat on the horizontal bar, swinging her legs and scolding them one by one. Zhao Yuan, Suan, Lan Tianzhu, and Xiong Xiong were sitting on the ground. One was holding his knees, and the other was leaning against the sports equipment. They were all panting. For people like you, 800 meters is already hard enough. Don't go for 1,500 meters. When Jing Tan walked over, he happened to hear Litmus's words. Looking at Zhao Yuan and the others, he guessed that they had a bad start. Seeing Little Pomelo and Jing Tan coming over, Zhao Yuan was surprised. Then he felt embarrassed, as if he had lost face as an elder brother. Compared to Zhao Yuan, Xiong Xiong was even more embarrassed. He was a sports committee member after all. Being criticized like this, he felt embarrassed. He looked at Litmus, who was sitting on the horizontal bar, and said, "Hey, Litmus, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you run?" "I don't need to run this. I only need to run the 200-meter and relay. Besides, we have a big killer among the girls. We don't need to worry about anything. We just need to break the record and get extra points. What about you guys? I don't think the girls will be in first place and the boys will be in last place and drag down the team's results," Litmus said slowly. There was a famous sports athlete in their class, and she was a girl. Although Zhao Yuan and the others were not familiar with her in primary school, they had heard that she was very famous in her primary school. She often broke records and even took part in the city's competitions. Yin flourishes and Yang declines. Jing Tan thought of this phrase. But Zhao Yuan and the others were miserable. They were despised by a girl, and it was embarrassing for them. I don't believe that I can't achieve anything in a week. Xiong waved his fist and showed that he was determined. After pausing for a while, Xiong said, maybe I can also get a good figure while I'm at it. Everyone, ahem. Xiong, I'm not trying to discourage you. Some things are innate, said Lan Tianzhu. It seemed that Xiong had been quite strong since he was young, and he had never lost any weight. Of course, he was not like those people who were full of fat balls. He was stronger than the average student, and he had signed up for the shot put event. Zhao Yuan took 2 deep breaths and patted the dust off his pants. He said, theoretically speaking, it depends on the red and white muscles. The others looked at Zhao Yuan and waited for him to explain. Zhao Yuan was a little proud. He had seen this by chance when he was flipping through the magazine that his father subscribed to. He cleared his throat and continued to explain. Human muscles are divided into red and white muscles. Red muscles are used for endurance, while white muscles are used for absolute strength and explosive power. Literally, one is related to endurance and can be linked to long-distance running, while the other is related to explosive power and can be linked to sprinting. However, human muscle types are innate. That is to say, the number of white and red muscles are innate. Therefore, some people are born with good endurance, and some people are born with explosive power. Therefore, when we train, we can only make these muscles more developed, but we cannot change their type. Many people do aerobic exercise to lose weight. This is because aerobic exercise uses red muscles. The characteristic of red muscles is that it is not easy to develop, and it consumes a lot of energy. That is why you can see those long-distance runners on TV. Almost none of them are fat and strong. After saying this, Zhao Yuan looked at Xiong, who was fat and strong. Xiong rolled up his sleeves and pretended to beat someone up. Zhao Yuan was not afraid of him. He continued, as for the good body that Xiong mentioned, it should be the kind that grows muscles. The so-called growing muscles is to make the muscles fat. The main purpose of muscle hypertrophy is to train white muscles. The growth of white muscles requires a lot of intensity and speed. That is why many people buy dumbbells or other equipment to train instead of doing Tai Chi or yoga slowly. Sua nodded seriously. Then, he pointed at Xiong and said, so if this guy wants to have a good body, he should run long distance to get rid of the fat on his body. Then, he can do exercises to grow muscles. I think so. Zhao Yuan picked up the cup and drank some water. After talking so much and running just now, his throat was a little sore. Xiong, I'll leave the 1,500 meters to you. The mighty 8-pack is waiting for you in front. Lan Tianzhu patted Xiong's shoulder and said. Xiong clicked his tongue and said, in front is too far. I can't see it. After running 2 laps, they were almost exhausted. Moreover, it was not even 800 meters. If it was 800 meters, they would have to run 2 more laps. Ahem. Strictly speaking, not everyone can have an 8-pack. Zhao Yuan continued to show off. The rest of the people looked over again. Zhao Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. It was indeed beneficial to read more of his father's magazines. There's a thing called tendons. It makes the abdominal rectus abdominis look like pieces. 4 tendons are divided into 8-pack abs. 3 tendons are divided into 6-pack abs. Unfortunately, this thing called tendons is innate. It won't increase or decrease as you train. Therefore, some people have 6-pack abs, while others have 8-pack abs. This is related to genetics. Xiong was stunned. Then, he lifted his shirt and revealed his fat belly. He even took a deep breath to see if he had developed those well-defined abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, he only had fat. The mighty 8-pack abs became so unattainable. Xiong, you're being a hooligan. Litmus covered her eyes and shouted. Jingtan, regardless of whether he could develop 8-pack abs or not, he still had to run this step. Jingtan and little Pomelo sat on the steps next to them and watched them run 2 laps. They stopped to rest for a while before they started running again. Moreover, they were all jogging. They probably couldn't run anymore. People who didn't usually run would be tired after running for a while. Maybe they couldn't feel it at the time, but it would definitely be difficult the next day. After running for half a day in the morning, Zhao Yuan and the rest prepared to rest well in the afternoon and continue as usual tomorrow. During dinner, Zhao Pa asked Zhao Yuan how he felt about running today. Zhao Yuan replied, unattainable 8-pack abs. When they heard Zhao Yuan say that they would train as usual tomorrow, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say much. Sure enough, early the next morning, Zhao Yuan turned off the alarm after it rang. Then, he walked to the master bedroom in his slippers and was about to call the others. He felt pain all over his body and didn't want to move. Before Zhao Yuan could pick up the phone rang. It was Xiong. He was in the same situation as Zhao Yuan. He didn't want to run. Other than Xiong, the others were in the same situation. Since Xiong didn't want to run, they just stayed at home and rested. Zhao Yuan and the rest didn't fully warm up before running yesterday. They started running without warming up. Now, they tasted the bitter fruit. Although they usually rode bikes and played basketball occasionally, they had never run like this before. The most depressed one was Xiong. If this continued, who would be able to take the long-distance running spot? On Sunday morning, everyone rested at home. In the afternoon, the kids gathered together to discuss. This time, Xiong took out a list of names from the class. It took him a lot of effort to get it. He asked Zhao Yuan and the others to help him come up with ideas. However, Zhao Yuan and the others weren't class committee members. They didn't have much contact with the other students in the class. They weren't as familiar with the other students as Xiong. As for Litmus, she was the study committee member. She knew most of the people in the class, but she was mainly familiar with the girls. She wasn't familiar with the boys, so she couldn't help. What should I do? I've already promised. If I can't do it, I'll be despised. Xiong slapped the list on his face. You're just worried that the vice class monitor will despise you. It's okay. I'm familiar with her. I'll help you. Litmus said righteously. Jingtan leaned on the tree and listened to their conversation. He couldn't help but sigh. Jingtan recalled that he didn't participate in sports events from elementary school to university. He rarely participated in group activities. Every time, he would take his friends to the arcade for the whole day. He didn't have any recollection of sports events. No, he did have some recollection. It seemed that when he was in high school, he and his friends went to the playground to see a long-legged girl. But his memory was a little blurry. Chapter 116. Since he had decided to go to Zhao Yuan sports meet, Jingtan decided to scout the area first. Chuhua University was not very far from Zhao Yuan school, but it was not immediately accessible. Jingtan planned to leave from Chuhua University's side door, which was closest to the junior high school, and then walk in that direction. After sending little Pomelo to Futong Elementary School in the morning, Jingtan ran all the way to the side door. The side door was narrow, and the people coming in and out were all students from Futong Elementary School. Many of them were pushing their bicycles. Jingtan did not want to squeeze with them, so he jumped over the wall and walked towards the junior high school. Jingtan had never been to Zhao Yuan's school. He only remembered the route that Zhao Ma took every time and the markings on the map. Moreover, the junior high school was not very far from here, so he should be able to find it. After exiting from the side door, Jingtan could clearly feel the hustle and bustle of the street. It was different from the bustling central square, but it was very lively. There were many old residents living in this area. Aunties who were buying groceries were talking about today's prices and what they had bought. Their conversation with Chuhua City's accent could be heard everywhere. There were no tall buildings, no luxurious cars, and the road was uneven. Bicycles, electric bikes, and some popular family cars were the main elements of the street. This was the life of ordinary people, and the liveliness seeped into the mundane. If it was a school bus, it would not take this road. Therefore, Jingtan could not find a school bus with Chuhua University's name on it that went to Futong High School. There were buildings on both sides of the street, and on the side Jingtan was walking, many of the buildings were surrounded by walls. Jingtan directly jumped over the wall and walked on it. He did not have to fight with the aunties who had just finished buying groceries in the morning on the sidewalk. There were many shops on the other side of the street. There were many breakfast shops, and Jingtan could hear the sound of fried dough sticks. The local breakfast always attracted many students and office workers to eat there. However, Chuhua University was too big. This place was not very close to the school's main entrance, teaching area, and student dormitories. Students who lived far away and did not have time could only come here once in a while. Jingtan walked on the wall and looked at the people coming and going on the street. He felt a little emotional. It seemed that every time you walked out of Chuhua University, you would see a different scenery. As he was thinking, Jingtan heard a cat meow not far in front of him. A 7-month-old kitten jumped onto the wall and blocked Jingtan's path. However, after the kitten looked at Jingtan, it walked forward. It seemed that it was on the same path as Jingtan. The cat came out from a building next door. It jumped directly on the wall and did not walk on the sidewalk. Perhaps, for cats, this kind of wall was a more suitable path. Not only could it allow them to overlook the situation below, but it could also avoid humans so that they would not be kicked by people on the sidewalk. Since it was on the same route, Jingtan did not think too much about it. He did not know the kitten, so he did not take the initiative to greet it. After walking for a while, Jingtan found that the kitten in front of him paused and looked up. Looking past the kitten, Jingtan saw that there was another cat in front of him. It was big, and it was walking in the opposite direction of Jingtan. Was this a narrow path? Do you want to have a fight? Jingtan was prepared to wait and see. After all, the wall was too narrow. It was impossible for two cats to walk side by side. In such a situation, would the two cats fight directly, or would the other cat jump down to avoid the attack? Unfortunately, neither was the case. To Jingtan's surprise, the cat in front of him and the big cat in front of him did not stop. They still walked at their original speed and did not intend to fight. When they met, the kitten lowered its body and went under the leg of the cat in front of it. The big cat also cooperated and raised its paw. Soon, the kitten successfully went under, and the big cat walked towards Jingtan. Jingtan looked at the cat in front of him. It was about the same size as him. He guessed that it was not someone who would back down. The cat came closer and closer. Jingtan was on guard against the cat suddenly scratching, but the cat did not seem to want to fight, nor did it show any aggression. Just when the cat was less than 10 centimeters away from Jingtan, it stopped. Then it shook the tip of its tail, raised its neck, raised its chin, and moved its front legs. Its eyes seemed to say, "Come on, you can go under." Jingtan was speechless. *CK, this kind of method of going under one's crotch should be left to other cats. Jingtan thought for a while, tilted his head and looked at the wall in front of him. He estimated, and then prepared to jump. He jumped over the big cat and looked at the narrow wall approaching. Finally, he landed smoothly. Fortunately, his judgment and control were much better now. Although he fell a little to the side, he was still stable. Jing Tan turned his head and looked at the big cat. He raised his head and walked away. The big cat shook its tail and did not look at Jing Tan anymore. It continued to stare in front of it and walk with its head held high. When the kitten in front of Jing Tan came to a boundary, it jumped down. It had arrived at its destination. Jing Tan looked in the direction it was going. It was also an old residential area. The greenery inside was not bad. It probably had playmates there. Jumping from one wall to another, Jing Tan continued to walk forward. As he walked, he looked at the buildings on both sides. He did not know which side of the street Zhao Yuan School was on, so he had to pay more attention. Also, that junior high school was not as big as Tsinghua University. He did not know how big the school gate was. If the gate was smaller, he might miss it if he did not pay attention. After walking for about 5 minutes, Jing Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of reading. Very good, it was right in front. The first thing Jing Tan saw was not the school gate but the teaching block. Walking on the wall, he could hear the sound of students studying coming from the teaching block. There were teachers leading the students. Among the young voices, there were some that sounded lazy and sleepy, some that were yelling at the top of their lungs, and some that belonged to little girls. They were all filled with the emotions and vitality that belonged to children of their age. Students were reading, and the sound of reading. Jing Tan could see the students sitting in the classroom by the window on the first floor. There were a few boys sitting at the back who were not very obedient. They stuck their heads out from behind their books and lingered on a certain figure. Jing Tan could not help but laugh. Pure and innocent youth. In comparison, the children at this time were still considered innocent. They were not like the precocious people who would be affected by the internet a few years later. Not many students dared to stare at the window in a daze. Occasionally, a student noticed the black cat on the wall outside and looked over. The next moment, he was called up by the teacher to answer a question. Jing Tan did not stop there. He continued to walk forward. He wanted to see the school gate. Since he was here to scout, he had to familiarize himself with the area. The junior high school was a relatively ordinary one. It was definitely not as big as Tsinghua University. Even the school gate was only as big as the side gate of Tsinghua University. After looking around, Jing Tan felt that there was nothing worth studying. He jumped off the wall and walked into the school. Of course, Jing Tan did not dare walk down the main road of the school like that. He had no idea what the rules were, and he was not sure whether the security guards would come to chase him away. Therefore, he followed the flower beds and used the greenery as cover to walk deeper into the school. Jing Tan did not immediately go to the school building to look for Zhao Yuan's classroom. He looked at other places such as the cafeteria, the snack bar, the parking lot, etc. Then he went to the field to look around. In less than half an hour, Jing Tan had walked around the school. He had familiarized himself with the main buildings and the layout of the field. Finally, he came to the school building. There was only one school building, and it was quite big. When Jing Tan was at home, he heard from Zhao Ma and Zhao Yuan that the first and second floors of the school building were for the first-year students. The third and fourth floors were for the second-year students, and the top 2 floors were for the third-year students. The teacher's office was at one end, and the toilets were at the other end. There were stairs at both ends and in the middle. This school did not differentiate between fast and slow classes, at least not for the first and second-year students. It was a different story for the graduating classes. Jing Tan remembered that Zhao Yuan's class was the first year's class. Xiong's mother felt that even though there was no fast or slow class, the number 1 gave her a sense of superiority. Therefore, she pulled Xiong and a few others into the first year's class. Since it was the first year's class, it should be on this floor, and it should be on the first floor. Jing Tan looked at the class numbers on each door and found the location of the first year's class. It was near the teacher's office, so it should be the focus of attention. Because there was a corridor in front, there were always people walking around. Some were teachers on patrol, and some were students who needed to pee. It was not convenient for Jingtan to sneak a peek. After thinking for a while, Jingtan went to the back of the school building. He aimed at a window at the back and jumped up. The few windows at the bottom were pasted with newspapers. Probably because there were no curtains and the sun was glaring, the students inside used newspapers. However, there was still a small corner left for them to observe the scenery outside when they had nothing to do. Jingtan jumped onto the windowsill of the last window. He originally wanted to stand up and look in from the window above, but he saw that there was a small corner of the window below that was not pasted with newspapers. He looked in from that small corner. Sitting next to the window was a boy. He was not listening to the math teacher on the podium. At the moment, he was using an automatic pencil to fill in the zero in the book. Then, he looked for the 4, 6, 8, 9, and filled in the empty space. After he was done, he used an eraser to erase it. Jingtan suddenly remembered that he had done this kind of stupid thing before. Other than that, he also knew how to draw in the textbook and add a few strokes to the characters in the book. Thinking about it, it was a long time ago that he used a pen to write. Later on, he used a computer to type. A lot of the homework in university was directly printed and handed in. If he needed a pen to write, he would pay someone to do it for him. In short, Jingtan had forgotten the last time he held a pen. It was not known if the boy sensed that someone was watching his every move. He looked up at the teacher on the podium and frowned. Then, he turned his head and was about to look at the scenery outside from the corner that was not pasted with paper. In the end, he met someone's eyes. Chapter 117. The boy was so shocked that he almost dropped the pencil in his hand. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in class, he would have jumped out of his seat. The math teacher on the podium glanced at him. The boy quickly sat back down and pretended to scribble in his notebook. After 2 minutes, the boy glanced at the teacher on the podium. When he saw that the teacher was no longer looking at him, he carefully turned his head to look outside the window again. The corner without the newspaper was limited, so the boy could only see a furry creature outside. He carefully identified the silhouette of the shadow on the window and connected it to what he saw earlier. The boy confirmed that it was a cat squatting outside the window, a black cat. This was the first time he had seen a cat squatting outside the window since school had started. Moreover, it was looking in from the corner where there were no newspapers. What a strange cat. Jingtan was originally worried that the child would scream or jump up in fright and attract the attention of others. She did not expect the child to react so quickly. He was calm enough and mentally strong enough. Jingtan peeked inside the corner again. He looked at the boy who kept glancing at him. Then he looked toward the front of the classroom. It wasn't hard to recognize Zhao Yuan and the others. Moreover, those guys sat relatively close to each other. The seats that the homeroom teacher had arranged for them were also not bad. They were in the middle and near the front. They didn't need to eat chalk dust and could see the blackboard clearly. They could also hear the teacher clearly. Zhao Yuan, who was sitting in the classroom, would never have guessed that his cat was squatting at the window at the back of the classroom. Jingtan looked around for a while before he left. Before he left, he ran to the teacher's office to take a look, but there was no one in the English team. Zhao Ma was probably on the second floor. After thinking about it, Jingtan didn't really go to the second floor to look for Zhao Ma. He wandered around the school for a while before he left. Just as Jingtan left, Zhao Ma walked to an open window in the teacher's office on the second floor. She wanted to look at the scenery in the distance to relieve her visual fatigue. She had just finished grading homework, so she was a bit tired. He didn't expect to see a black figure climbing up the wall when he looked down. Zhao Ma couldn't see it clearly because it was quite far away. Besides, there were a lot of black cats in the world, and this place was quite a distance away from Tsinghua University, so she didn't think that it was her cat. She just felt that it was a little familiar, but in the end, she shook her head and erased the suspicion in her heart. After the class, the boy sitting in the last row by the window opened the window and looked outside. He even stuck his head out to look, but he didn't see anything. He didn't see any cat. "Hey, Fu Lei, why are you opening the window? The sun is glaring." A student who was lying on the table next to him, taking the opportunity to catch up on sleep, shouted. "Oh." Fu Lei closed the window. After thinking for a while, he tore the empty corner of the newspaper a little bigger. If the cat came to peek at him again, at least he wouldn't only see one eye. That would be too scary. Fu Lei, who had returned to his seat, leaned over the table and looked at the small group in front of him. Everyone in the class knew that the small group was a little special, and the teachers of all subjects took care of them. The other students in the class were envious and jealous. However, Fu Lei felt that it was very boring. He wasn't in the mood to study anyway, and he didn't interact with those students who were specially taken care of. On the other side, Jingtan walked back along the wall. This time, he was familiar with the road, so he walked a little faster. In fact, if he was bored every day, he could walk around here and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Not only Zhao Yuan, but little Pomelo would also be attending junior high school here in the future, and they would probably come here often in the next few years. Speaking of which, there were quite a lot of cats around here. When Zheng Tan came, he met 2 cats. When he went back, he saw 2 more cats standing on the wall with their fur standing up. They weren't the 2 from before. When the 2 cats saw Zheng Tan, one of them seemed to be startled. It lost its balance and slipped. At the same time, the other cat took the opportunity to slap it with its paw, and it fell directly from the wall. After it landed, it glanced at the wall, then ran away. As for the cat that stayed on the wall, it continued to stare at Jing Tan with its fur standing up. Jing Tan didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. The cat just made a few warning noises, then jumped off the wall and ran away. Jing Tan looked at the long and intermittent cat path in front of him. He had a hunch that he would meet more cats on these walls in the future. After dinner that night, Zhao Yuan went out again. He and the others went to the sports field to train. All of them signed up for events. Except for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter events, which hadn't been decided yet, Zhao Yuan signed up for the 400-meter and relay events. Especially for the relay event, they had to train their cooperation. They didn't want to throw the baton away when the time came. Jing Tan and little Pomelo were also watching them train at the side. Sometimes, there would be some university students who were training nearby who would talk to them. They would talk about the past and impart some of their experiences. "Black charcoal, let's run," little Pomelo said to Jing Tan, putting her small cloth bag aside. Jing Tan didn't mind. It was rare for little Pomelo to have this idea, so he decided to run with her. Affiliated primary school also had sports events, but little Pomelo had never participated in them before. Jing Tan felt that sports events in primary schools were more perfunctory. They were mainly for entertainment, and parents liked to watch them. This year, little Pomelo didn't participate in any sports events. Oh, it seemed like she participated in the opening ceremony. She wore a silly outfit and held a garland with 2 flowers. Zhao Pa even took a picture of her. Little Pomelo kept the negatives, but little Pomelo stuffed the developed picture into the innermost part of the cabinet. Affiliated primary school sports event was held in Tsinghua University sports field. There were many students and parents around. On the day of the sports event, little Pomelo only helped to pass water and record. She didn't participate in the running. Before running, little Pomelo did some warm-up exercises. She waited for Zhao Yuan and the others to finish their second lap, then she followed them. Jing Tan also followed beside her. Some people saw this scene and were quite surprised. Most people ran with dogs. It was rare to see someone running with a cat. Seeing little Pomelo, Zhao Yuan and the others, who were feeling tired after the second lap, held their breath and sped up. They couldn't be left behind by a primary school girl who was a few years younger than them, right? After the run, they walked back to the courtyard. Zhao Yuan and Suan both advised Xiong to ask his classmates one by one. If he really couldn't find anyone willing to take on the 1,500-meter race, then Xiong would have to sacrifice himself. Zhao Yuan knew his limits. He could run the 400 meters, but he couldn't run the 800 meters, let alone the 1,500 meters. It was better for him to go home and sleep. The next day, after sending little Pomelo to affiliated primary school, Jingtan went to Zhao Yuan's school again. Today was a leisurely day. Jingtan walked and stopped to observe the scenery along the way. He also memorized the names of the surrounding buildings and residential areas. He also memorized the street signs and the 2 buses that were going this way. The buses were always crowded with people. Some old ladies with shopping baskets might not lose to the university students. When Jingtan was in the mood, he would squat near a bus stop and watch the old ladies squeeze into the bus. Squeezing on the bus was also a skill. Just now, a skinny old lady had directly squeezed that burly man to the side. That man didn't dare to say anything. He had to respect the old and love the young, right? Today, Jingtan didn't meet the big cat or the small cat from yesterday. On the way, there was an unfamiliar fat cat lying on the wall, squinting its eyes and sunbathing. When it saw Jingtan walk over, it didn't react. It didn't even bother to move its butt. Jingtan jumped over again. He would probably use this method more often in the future. When he came to a fork in the road, there was a small alley. Jingtan jumped down from the wall. When he was about to jump to the other side of the wall, his ears suddenly twitched. He looked into the alley. Although this kind of place was indeed a good place to fight, it was broad daylight. Who would be bored enough to fight at this time? Listening closely, Jingtan could tell from the noise that the people involved in the fight were probably underage. This place wasn't far from Zhao Yuan's school. Could it be that they were from there? Zhao Yuan's school seemed to be the only school nearby. As for the nearest high school, it was a few stops away by bus. Since he had nothing to do, Jingtan decided to go and take a look. Following the sound, Jingtan walked into the alley. The alley was relatively narrow, and there probably weren't many people here. Some of the garbage piled up had a strong sour smell. There was also the smell of urine. Bang! A school bag was thrown out from a corner not far in front of Jingtan and hit the opposite wall. Other than that, the sound of a fist hitting a body and groaning was very clear. Jingtan slowly walked over to the corner and poked his head out to take a look. Yo, isn't this the kid I saw yesterday? There were 3 people at the corner. They were shorter. Jingtan saw the guy sitting at the back of Zhao Yuan's class by the window. The other 2 looked like they were either in the 3rd year of middle school or high school. However, the strange thing was that among the 3, the short boy was the only one standing. The other 2 were lying on the ground. One of them was even beaten to tears. When Jingtan looked over curiously, the boy standing there also noticed Jingtan. After the fight, Fu Lei shook his hands. Other than some scratches on his hands and some aches on his body, he was fine. When he was about to pick up the bag, he saw the black cat standing at the corner looking over. Was it the one from yesterday? Fu Lei sniffled and tidied up his jacket. He picked up the few pens that had fallen on the ground, patted the dust off the bag, and stuffed the pens inside. In the process, he kept glancing at Jingtan. Carrying the bag, Fu Lei looked up at the sun and walked out of the alley. When he stood at the fork, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he came to the zebra crossing and prepared to cross the road. Xing Tan was curious. A kid the same age as Zhao Yuan. He didn't look that strong, but how could he be so good at fighting? Also, what was this kid trying to do? The road to school wasn't that way. Was he going to the hospital? On the way, Xing Tan didn't see any hospitals. However, he saw a few small clinics. Out of curiosity, Xing Tan followed him across the road since he had nothing to do. Chapter 118. Xing Tan watched as the child walked into an old residential area. He paused for a moment before following him in. Originally, Xing Tan only wanted to take a look at the residential area. When he saw the child walk into the building, he didn't follow. Unexpectedly, not long after the child entered the building, he walked out and looked at Xing Tan. After experiencing some things, Xing Tan was very sensitive to the good and evil in people's eyes. However, the child standing at the staircase only looked at him expectantly without any malice. After thinking for a moment, Xing Tan walked over. Seeing the cat following him, Fu Lei smiled and walked into the building. Then, he walked up the stairs step by step. In the past, he would run up the stairs in one breath. Now, he took a few steps to see if the cat was following him. Xing Tan saw the child stop in front of a house on the 4th floor. Then, he took out a key from his bag and opened the door. After entering, he waved at Xing Tan. Xing Tan listened to the movements inside. Other than the child, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the house. He lifted his foot and walked in. It was a very ordinary house. It was simple, plain, and the furniture was relatively old. The house was about 50 square meters in total. It was smaller than a Zhao family. Xing Tan felt a little cramped. There were 2 bedrooms in the house, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The child's room was the 2nd bedroom. It looked about the same size as little Pomelo's room. However, it was much messier than little Pomelo's room. There were a few books on the ground. When Xing Tan walked over, he saw that one of the books had its cover open. The name on it was written, Fu Lei. Every stroke was very strong and looked very resolute. However, when these strokes were put together, they looked very different. Just as Xing Tan was observing Fu Lei's small room, Fu Lei placed a fish head in front of Xing Tan. This should be yesterday's dish. It was just taken out of the fridge and was still cold. The soup on the fish head was frozen. Xing Tan looked at the fish head on a piece of draft paper in front of him and turned his head to look elsewhere. Not eating. Fu Lei was very puzzled. If it was the cat from the house next door, it probably wouldn't even wait for the fish head to be placed down before it ran away. Xing Tan walked around the small room and then jumped onto the desk that was piled with junk. The books were placed messily, but there was an exception. A small dark wooden trophy was placed there. There was no other debris around the trophy, and it was very clean. It was not covered with a layer of dust like the piggy bank next to it. It was obvious that the owner often cleaned it and valued it more. I got this when I was 10 years old. Fu Lei picked up the small trophy and said proudly. When he was happy, the child would talk a lot. Like many people that Xing Tan had met before, people would lower their guard in front of animals. They would say whatever was on their mind and would not hide it. For children, they would be happy to share some happy and proud things, even if it was just a cat that didn't know anything. From Fu Lei's description, Xing Tan knew that this child had indeed practiced martial arts, but he came from an unorthodox background. Fu Lei's hometown was in the countryside. When he was young, his parents were busy, so he lived with his grandparents in the countryside. There was a master in the village who knew some martial arts and opened a small martial arts school. The children in the village would go and learn from him. Fu Lei was one of them. Learning martial arts was good for the body, so the elders were happy to do so. And this wooden trophy was carved by Fu Lei's unorthodox master himself. The carving was not bad. The wood was not the best, but it was not the kind that could be casually made. Fu Lei defeated 4 other children who were about his age in an exam and won the trophy. But later, the martial arts school could not continue. The unorthodox master and a few other young people in the village went to the south to work. It was said that they were working as security guards in the south. Every month, they could earn a few thousand yuan. After that, there was no news of them and they never came back. Although there was no one to teach him, Fu Lei still practiced by himself whenever he had time. When he was in the 5th grade, he was brought to the city by his parents. He did not buy a bicycle as his parents were busy and did not have the time. In order to save money, Fu Lei ran back and forth. Just like today, when he was blackmailed by senior students, he had encountered a few times. Every time, he would fight to solve it. Sometimes he would win, but sometimes he would lose if there were more opponents. At the same time, Fu Lei left a bad impression on many people. Because of this, many of Fu Lei's elementary school classmates were not willing to come in contact with him. After entering junior high school, some people also spread the news of Fu Lei's deeds. Therefore, even though school had just started not long ago, Fu Lei's label as a bad student had already been firmly fixed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been directly thrown to the last row by the teacher and turned a blind eye to him, too lazy to discipline him. Fu Lei felt that he was not interested in studying. He thought that when he grew up, he would go to the south to work like his unorthodox master. When he first said these words, Fu Lei was beaten up by his father. The beating was so fierce that he was bedridden for a week. Every time Fu Lei mentioned that he did not want to study, his father would use his fists to settle it. Therefore, Fu Lei did not say it out loud in the end. He just muddled along like this with the mentality of muddling along. Due to the national policy, there was not much difficulty in getting into junior high school. Moreover, his household registration was in this area. His parents used some money to get him into this junior high school, hoping that he could study hard and improve every day. Fu Lei's response to this sentence was to pick his ears. Towards the end, Fu Lei's mood fell again. He felt that going to school was boring. It was better to be carefree in the small wooden dojo. Carefully putting away the wooden trophy, Fu Lei opened the drawer and took out a box of ointment. He applied the ointment on his bruised hand. Xing Tan looked at the drawer. There were all kinds of ointment. Did Fu Lei's parents buy so many ointment for this child to fight? It was really embarrassing. After applying the ointment, Fu Lei sat on the ground and dragged his bag over. He took out a few pens and looked at them. He threw the ones with broken cases to the side and took out the refills. He could still use them later. While he was using the refills, the door lock rang. There was also the sound of a key opening the door. Fu Lei was shocked. He stuffed all the pens in his hand into his bag and said to Xing Tan at the same time, "Hide." Xing Tan did not know why Fu Lei said that, but he quickly hid under the bed. The next moment, the door opened. A man in his 40s walked in. When he saw Fu Lei, it was as if a dormant volcano suddenly erupted. "Fu Lei. You skipped class again." The man strode over and looked at the ointment beside him. He roared, "You got into a fight again." Then, Xing Tan heard the sound of Fu Lei being beaten. It was probably a spanking. This father's temper was really bad. He did not even ask for the reason and started hitting. However, this also showed that Fu Lei often got into fights and even skipped class. "I spent so much money to get you into that school just for you to play truant and fight. If I had not forgotten something at home and came back to get it, I would have let you escape. Bastard!" Fu Lei's father scolded as he beat him. He rushed back to get something and saw Fu Lei without even drinking water. Now that he had beaten him for a while, he was probably tired. He sat by the bed and panted, but his mouth did not stop. Of all things, studying is the best. If you don't study, Are you going to work like me in the factory all day for a meager salary? Nowadays, a doorman in a 5-star restaurant has to know a few foreign languages. Can't you see the motto I wrote for you? As he spoke, Fu Lei's father pointed to a piece of calligraphy that was pasted on Fu Lei's bed. As for Fu Lei's father, although he only went to primary school, he still learned some skills from his teacher. Now, he was working in a factory with that bit of skills. Fu Lei's mother also graduated from primary school, but her education wasn't high. Now, she was working as a salesperson in a small supermarket nearby. The couple suffered because they didn't have any education, so they especially hoped that Fu Lei could continue to study hard. They also used the great man's words, "Study hard and improve every day," as their motto. For this reason, Fu Lei's father specially used a brush to write a piece of paper and placed it on Fu Lei's bed. When he looked at it now, he realized that the piece of paper had been altered by Fu Lei. At this moment, the words pasted on the bed were, "Cowards study hard, husbands strive to improve." Fu Lei's father was about to scold him when he paused for 2 seconds. He took off his shoe and slapped Fu Lei. Jing Tan looked from under the bed. He could not see the whole body, only 4 legs. However, from the sound, he could tell that Fu Lei had been beaten up badly by his father. But even so, Fu Lei, this brat, still did not make a sound. Fu Lei's father was probably in a hurry. After a few slaps, he found a piece of paper and wrote a leave request. He signed his name at the back and slammed it on the table. Then, he walked out. He used too much strength and the door closed with a loud bang. Jing Tan crawled out from under the bed and looked at Fu Lei, who was frowning and rubbing his butt. Then, his gaze fell on the piece of paper left by Fu Lei's father. After reading the contents, Jing Tan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a leave request. Even the excuse was written on it. At the back was Fu Lei's father's signature. Jing Tan did not know what to say about this father and son pair. However, Jing Tan felt that Fu Lei's father's point of view was a bit extreme. If he knew that 10 years later, there would be a large number of university students who would bring all kinds of certificates to the job fair, selling their labor at a cheap price, and leading experts in many fields, how would he feel? However, this society was complicated. In a pyramid-shaped society, there would always be a few people at the top. Of course, Fu Lei's father's words were correct, but not completely correct. It all depended on how Fu Lei would deal with it in the future. Jing Tan saw that after Fu Lei put away the slip of paper, he calmly packed his bag. He knew that this kind of situation was not rare. This guy was really good at taking a beating. Suddenly, Jing Tan thought of something. If Fu Lei were to run 1,500 meters, what would happen? This guy ran here and there by himself when he was in elementary school. His physical strength was not bad. He should have good endurance. This would save Zhao Yuan and the others from having to worry about him all day long. The problem now was how to get Fu Lei to agree to run. They were in the same class. Fu Lei should know about the sports meet. No one had signed up for the long-distance race. He also knew about it. What did it mean that he had not signed up until now? Or was there another reason? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll let Zhao Yuan ask him. After staying at Fu Lei's place for a while, Jing Tan looked at the alarm clock on the table. It was time to go home. You're leaving. Fu Lei saw the black cat running towards the door. He got up, walked over, and opened the door. Chapter 119. Fu Lei did not go to school in the morning, and his parents did not come home at noon. When he was at school, he always ate lunch in the student cafeteria. But now that he was at home, he could only think of a way to deal with it. Fu Lei rummaged through the fridge and bought 2 steamed buns from a small shop outside to eat lunch. Anyway, this kind of situation was normal for him. After eating and taking an afternoon nap, Fu Lei carried his backpack and went to school. He showed the letter of absence to the form teacher. The form teacher did not say much. It was not the first time, and it was useless to say anything. After coming out of the form teacher's office, Fu Lei sat in his seat in a daze. His desk mate only sighed. He skipped class again. Everyone was used to Fu Lei's skipping class style. Some people were envious of Fu Lei. At least Fu Lei had a letter of absence written by his parents. They did not have the ability to get such a letter of absence from their parents. Fu Lei was not in the mood to talk to the people beside him. He was in a heavy mood. In the morning, his father was in a hurry, so he was able to escape. But at night, he would not be able to go back. Looking at his father's reaction today, he would definitely be beaten up. After letting out a long sigh, Fu Lei heard the bell ring. He took out his textbook from his backpack and placed it on the table. He stared at the textbook in a daze. Halfway through the class, Fu Lei felt a shadow flash by the window. He was happy. He tilted his head and looked out from the corner. It was the black cat again. Jing Tan, Little Pomelo and Jiao Wei went out together. After seeing Little Pomelo enter the school, Jing Tan went straight to the classroom. He jumped on the window and looked in. As expected, he saw Fu Lei in a daze again. Seeing Fu Lei looking in his direction, Jing Tan looked at him and looked at the front of the classroom. Zhao Yuan and the others were very serious in class. At least from the back. Although this window was closed, the window near the front of the classroom was open. Moreover, even if all the windows here were closed, Jing Tan could still clearly hear the teacher's lecture inside. It was language class now, and the language teacher was telling them about the things to pay attention to when writing an essay. It doesn't matter if what you write is real or not. When you write your essay, you have to pay attention to the following points. First, you can't include a single character name. Second, you can't include any traces of Qiong Yao. The teacher on the podium was very engrossed in his speech, but Jing Tan saw that many people sitting below were secretly yawning. It couldn't be helped. During the first class in the afternoon, everyone's mental state wasn't very good. After the 11th day, the lunch break was shortened. Many students didn't take a nap at noon. It would be strange if they were in good spirits now. When the bell rang for the end of class, some of the sleepy students suddenly woke up and prepared to go out for a stroll. There were also some who relaxed their tense nerves and waited for the teacher to leave the classroom and lay down on their desks to sleep. When the bell rang for the end of class, Jing Tan jumped down from the windowsill and lay down on the wall. He wondered if he should go look for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma. Fu Lei saw that the black cat was no longer on the windowsill, so he opened the window and looked out. Just then, Xiong walked over. Xiong was now asking one by one, not letting go of any possibility. However, until now, no one was willing to say 800 meters or 1,500 meters. Last time, when they ran laps around the field in PE class, many of them were dead tired. They had a rough impression of the 800 meters, so now, no one was willing to run it, let alone 1,500 meters. There were many students in this class with good grades, but there weren't many who were good at sports. Xiong, as the sports committee member, was sullen. Now that class was over, he took the opportunity to ask the last row. Just like before, when the students heard 800 meters, they hesitated. When it came to 1,500 meters, they immediately shook their heads. No one was willing to do it. Hey, did you say 1,500 meters? Xiong asked Fu Lei, who was looking out the window. Before Xiong could finish asking, Fu Lei ran out of the classroom. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. Xiong was also angry. It was the first time he was ignored in class. Him. Fu Lei, I heard that he's good at fighting and always skips classes. He's awesome. Fu Lei said to his deskmate, with a hint of schadenfreude. Although it wasn't said publicly, many people knew that Xiong's family had a powerful background. When the head teacher talked to Xiong, his tone was very nice. He didn't sound as serious as he usually was. Xiong rolled up the list in his hand into a cylinder and knocked it on the table. He snorted and was about to leave. Before he left, he casually glanced out the window and saw a black cat lying on the wall not far away. However, Xiong didn't think too deeply about it. When he returned to his seat, he said to Zhao Yuan, "I saw a black cat outside the window just now. It looks quite similar to the one in your house." Xiong said this casually, but Zhao Yuan was different. He knew his cat's ability to walk around. When he was in junior high school, he was still wondering if his cat would walk around here. More than a month had passed and he hadn't seen it. Now that he suddenly heard Xiong mention it, he quickly asked, "Where did you see it?" Xiong pointed to the window in the last row. Zhao Yuan didn't go to the last row. There were more people there, and there was no one sitting around the window next to the podium. He walked over and opened the window to look outside. Jingtan was leaning on the wall, thinking. Within 2 minutes, he saw Fu Lei running over. The wall was a little high. Fu Lei couldn't climb up or touch it. He just stood there and talked to Jingtan. He took out a bag of flavored peanuts and shared it with Jingtan. But now Jingtan wasn't interested in the flavored peanuts. He just leaned there and listened to Fu Lei complain that he was going to get beaten up when he went back tonight. Black charcoal. While listening to Fu Lei's complaints, Jingtan suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw Zhao Yuan leaning on the window and looking over. Jingtan got up and turned around. He walked along the wall for a distance and faced Zhao Yuan's window. Damn, it's really him. Maybe Xiong thought that all black cats looked the same, but Zhao Yuan knew that the cat on the wall was definitely his cat when it turned its head and looked over. When he saw it walking over, he was even more certain. Zhao Yuan turned around and ran out of the classroom. He quickly came back from the other side. However, seeing Fu Lei in a daze, Zhao Yuan was still a little curious, but he didn't ask much. What he was most anxious to ask now was why his cat was here. Black charcoal, why are you here? Does Dad know? Ha! Where's your cat tag? Where did you throw it? Zhao Yuan asked a series of questions. Fu Lei, who was eating flavored peanuts, looked at Zhao Yuan and then at the cat on the wall. He was surprised. He didn't think that this was Zhao Yuan's cat. No wonder it looked at the front of the classroom through the window. Before Zhao Yuan could say anything, the bell rang. Don't run around. I'll come back after class. After saying that, Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom. Fu Lei stopped eating and put half a bag of peanuts into his pocket and ran back to the classroom. Zhao Yuan sat in the classroom and looked out of the window from time to time. The teacher on the podium glared at him a few times before he stopped. Fu Lei, who was sitting in the last row, was still absent-minded. He was scribbling on his Chinese textbook. He looked out of the window and saw that the cat was still on the wall. He was confused. Didn't those people all live in Tsinghua University? Why did his cat come all the way to the university? Jingtan was sunbathing on the wall and taking a nap until he heard the bell again. He was used to the music in Fushao Elementary School, so the bell sounded a bit harsh. After class, Zhao Yuan ran out and wanted to take Jingtan to Zhao Ma, but Jingtan didn't move. Zhao Ma's office was on the second floor. Who would bring a cat to the teacher's office? Zhao Yuan also realized what was going on. He said a few words to Jingtan and asked him to watch out for a big dog in the school. The dog was owned by the guard. It was nice to students, but it was fierce to other animals. Zhao Yuan talked for another 10 minutes and didn't run back until the bell rang. Zhang Tan didn't want to stay any longer. He was bored. When Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom, he also walked slowly to Tsinghua University. Fu Lei was sitting by the window. He didn't go out. He was looking out the window. He was envious of Zhao Yuan. His cat came to visit him in class. Zhang Xian was different. His parents were busy and couldn't even take care of him, their only son, let alone a pet. When the third class was over, Zhao Yuan looked out of the window. He didn't see his cat, so he went out again to make sure his cat wasn't there. He went to the last row and asked Fu Lei to talk to him outside. Chapter 120. After exchanging a few words with Fu Lei, Zhao Yuan felt that this person was not bad. He was not as difficult to get along with as others said. Moreover, this person even praised his own cat. Zhao Yuan was very proud of this. At the same time, he also felt that Fu Lei's character was not as bad as others said. After talking about his own cat, Zhao Yuan asked Fu Lei, "I heard that you are very good at fighting." "No, I just have a lot of fights." Fu Lei knew his own limits. He lost a lot of fights, so he was not considered good at fighting. "Then can you run?" When Zhao Yuan asked this question, Xiong and the others came over because they saw Zhao Yuan and Fu Lei talking outside. They happened to hear this sentence and looked at Fu Lei expectantly. Fu Lei was about to say no, but seeing this situation, he paused and replied, "It's okay." After saying this, Fu Lei regretted it. Why run? It was a waste of time. He might as well practice with the punching bag. After hearing Fu Lei's answer, Xiong's dissatisfaction with him disappeared. He came over and opened the name list. He put his hand on Fu Lei's shoulder and said, "Give us 800 meters, we believe in you." "Here, write 800 here." Xiong had been carrying a pen with him. Recently, he had been carrying both the name list and the pen with him. For this sports meet, as a sports committee member, he was doing his best. 800 meters. Fu Lei thought about the approximate length, nodded, took the pen, and wrote 800 behind his name. When Xiong saw the crooked 800, he smiled until his eyes narrowed. "By the way, write 1500 too." Fu Lei. This style of climbing up the pole was really shameless. Ahem, well, it is a bit difficult. Xiong put away the name list, but it was a big gain for today to be able to decide on another 800 meters. After school in the afternoon, Zhao Yuan and the others rode back together. On the way back, they saw Fu Lei and greeted him. However, Fu Lei did not ride his bike. Zhao Yuan and the others did not stay long. They left after a few words. Zhao Yuan told Zhao Pa about his cat as soon as he got back. Zhao Pa's reaction was very calm. His cat often went from here to the pet center, which was further away. However, Zhao Pa was very happy that he knew the place by himself. "But my office is not on the first floor, and I can't let black charcoal in. We have an office there, and all the teachers in the English team are there. It would be bad if someone saw us," Zhao Ma said with some regret. "It's okay." He went for a walk and came back on his own. "I haven't heard of anyone catching cats." "It should be fine," Zhao Pa said. After lunch, as usual, Zhao Yuan and the others went to the sports field to train. Zhang Tan and little Pomelo went to watch and jogged a few laps. Zhao Yuan and the others did not start jogging immediately. After lunch, they took a break to digest the food and do some warm-up exercises. During the break, they talked about Fu Lei. There were many rumors about Fu Lei, but they had a good impression of Fu Lei today. Zhao Yuan liked him because of his cat, and Xiong because of his 800 meters. "Why don't we ask Fu Lei to come over and train with us tomorrow?" Lan Tianzhu suggested. "Do you have his phone number? We can ask him first." No, I only have a list. Xiong looked at the time on his sports watch and said, "It's not even 7. It's still early. Why don't we go find him directly?" A few days ago, they went home after 8. There was still more than an hour to go. School had just started, and they did not have much homework. It was not worthwhile to go back so early. Okay. Where is Fu Lei's house? Suan looked at Xiong. Xiong shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't know either. None of them knew Fu Lei's address, but seeing that Fu Lei did not ride his bike today, they felt that his house should be close. I know how to get to his house. Zhao Yuan jumped down from the parallel bars and called out to the black charcoal, who was walking slowly on the track with little Pomelo. "Black charcoal, come here." Jing Tan, who was walking leisurely with little Pomelo, heard Zhao Yuan calling out to him. He looked at little Pomelo, who had stopped walking, wagged his tail, and walked over unwillingly. These guys were so nosy. "Black charcoal, do you know where Fu Lei's house is?" Zhao Yuan asked Jing Tan. "If you do, lead the way." Jing Tan pulled his ears. Was he trying to stop them? Xiong and the others did not really believe that a cat could lead the way, but after Zhao Yuan said a few words, the cat really did leave. Zhao Yuan quickly carried his bag and followed. Little Pomelo did not want to go back now, so she rode her car and followed Zhao Yuan and the others to the side door. Before leaving the side door, she parked her car in the parking lot near the side door. "Hey, Zhao Yuan, does your cat really know the way? Will it lead us to a female cat?" Xiong looked around as he walked. It was not completely dark yet, but the street lights were on. There were more people on the street, so he was not afraid. He was just suspicious. Zhao Yuan clicked his tongue, but he wasn't so sure. Jing Tan led the way in front. After walking for a while, Xiong, who was following behind, began to complain again. "Didn't you say that Fu Lei's house is closer? Why aren't we there yet?" The others just answered casually, but they were even more suspicious. Jing Tan did not care what they were thinking. He just needed to lead the way. When they reached the entrance of the alley, Jing Tan crossed the road and led Zhao Yuan and the others to the old residential area. Nowadays, some old people in the old residential area came out for a walk after dinner. They were surprised to see some unfamiliar children. After asking, Zhao Yuan told them why they were here. "Fu Lei. Oh, that guy. He lives on the 4th floor. Let's go that way." The old man raised his hand and pointed at Fu Lei's building. He really lived here. Suan and the others looked at each other, and then looked at the cat in front of them. They were all very surprised. Zhao Yuan's cat was really good. No wonder it was the king of the eastern residential area. At this moment, Fu Lei's family had just finished dinner. Fu Lei's parents came back from work late in the afternoon, so they often had dinner late. Fu Lei's mother stood up silently and prepared to clear the table. She looked at her husband and knew that she was going to teach Fu Lei a lesson today. She hated it when people interrupted. Fu Lei ate 3 bowls of rice. Every time he was beaten, he would eat more before he was beaten. He felt that eating more would help him recover faster. "Come here." Fu Lei's father pulled a long face and walked directly to Fu Lei's room. Fu Lei lowered his head and followed him slowly. Fu Lei's father dragged a chair over and sat down. He looked at Fu Lei standing in front of him and raised his hand to hit him. He scolded, "You mother asterisk cur." As soon as he said those words, someone knocked on the door. Fu Lei's father didn't want others to see him scolding his son. Although he was uneducated, he knew that he shouldn't wash his dirty linen in public. He had to maintain his image. But when he was about to lose his temper, he was interrupted. Fu Lei's father's face darkened and he sat there motionlessly. Fu Lei's mother sighed softly. She put down the dishes she was about to wash, shook the water off her hands, and walked over to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a few children who were the same age as her son and a little girl who was even younger. Fu Lei's mother was a little surprised. She thought it was a neighbor who came to borrow something. She didn't expect this to happen. "Excuse me, is this Fu Lei's house?" Zhao Yuan asked. Yes, may I ask who you are?" Fu Lei's mother hurriedly said. She was worried that her son had caused trouble at school again. The children in front of her didn't look like those hooligans. Jing Tan didn't care so much and directly walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw the father and son in the small room. Were they about to start a fight? It seemed that he had come just in time. Fu Lei was like his father. When he saw the few people who came in, he was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Zhao Yuan and the others to come. He looked to the side and saw the black cat jumping on a stool and squatting there. It looked like it was ready to watch a show. Cough, who are these people? When Fu Lei's father saw the few children, he couldn't put on a serious face. He forced a smile and patted Fu Lei's head and asked. Like Fu Lei's mother, Fu Lei's father was also wondering if his son had hit someone again. He calculated the money. This month's salary had just been paid. If it was just a normal compensation, he could still handle it. "Hello, we are in the same class as Fu Lei. We are here to look for Fu Lei because of the sports meet." Xiong stepped forward and said. At the same time, he opened the name list in his hand and pointed to Fu Lei's signature. Fu Lei was looking at the black cat on the stool. He was a little dazed after being slapped by his father. When he heard Xiong's words, he was even more puzzled. Why would they come looking for him because of the sports meet? But it also saved him from domestic violence. After Fu Lei's mother heard the explanation of the few children, she quickly found a few chairs for them to sit down. She took out some snacks from the cabinet and placed 2 big jelly in front of little Pomelo. This was the first time that their house had such visitors. There were even class committee members among them. Fu Lei's father thought more and also asked around. When he found out that these few people lived in Tsinghua University, the smile on his face widened and he looked very amiable. Fu Lei, who was standing next to him, saw his father smile like this for the first time in years. He didn't even know that his father could smile like this. Fu Lei's mother was a little embarrassed. She knew that these few children came from good families. Their fathers were all highly educated people. She was afraid that these children would look down on her family. But after careful observation, she found that this wasn't the case. These few children didn't have any contempt in their eyes. Other than being a little restrained when they first came in, they were very natural after that. Jing Tan knew the reason for this. Actually, the teachers living in Tsinghua University's eastern courtyard, especially those retired teachers, lived very poor lives. Xiong's grandparents were more simple. Although they weren't as poor as Fu Lei's family, to Xiong and the others, it was nothing. They didn't look down on them. Moreover, although these few children were sometimes a little arrogant because of their talents, they were still well educated. They knew some basic manners. Jing Tan understood them. Then our class 800-meter run will depend on him. Xiong pointed at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei's father waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Let him do the 81,000-meter run. This kid is only good for this." Fu Lei. Was there anyone who would criticize their own son like this? Xiong didn't pay attention to the second half of the sentence because he caught a key word in the first half. He immediately took out the name list and placed it on the table. He passed a pen to Fu Lei and said, "Your dad said that you can do even 1500. Come on, our class will depend on you." Fu Lei was a little hesitant. He really didn't want to do something that would cause him to lose out. But his father had already slapped him. What are you standing there for? Don't you know what is the class's honor? Group, do you understand? If you have the ability, then you have to contribute more to the group. Fu Lei's father stared at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei curled his lips. He was very disdainful of his father's old-fashioned way of thinking. But he still took the pen and signed 1,500 meters on the name list. This trip was not in vain. Xiong now felt comfortable all over. He suddenly felt that life was still beautiful and tomorrow was still bright. After talking to Fu Lei's father, Xiong and the rest went to Fu Lei's room. F***ck, Fu Lei, your room is even messier than mine. Xiong sighed as he looked at the messy room. At the same time, he felt that Fu Lei was indeed a kindred spirit. Why would a man need to tidy up his room so cleanly? Anyway, no one was looking. Xiong directly said it, but it didn't make people feel awkward. It was better than pretending not to care. But Fu Lei's parents who were in the living room blushed when they heard it. How embarrassing. The children all went to Fu Lei's small room. Only Jingtan was squatting on the stool in the living room. Hey, why do you think these children brought a cat here? Fu Lei's father looked at the black cat that was calmly squatting on the stool and asked Fu Lei's mother in a low voice. They probably brought it out for a walk. Fu Lei's mother said uncertainly. TSK, an intellectual's cat is indeed different. Fu Lei's father was about to light a cigarette, but when he thought of the children in the room, he held back. They couldn't go out for a walk now. The couple sat in the living room, thinking about something. Bored, Fu Lei's father took out a fish head from the fridge and put it in front of Jingtan. Here, eat it. Jingtan. They were indeed father and son. Just like before, Jingtan glanced at it and ignored it. He changed to another stool and continued squatting there. An intellectual's cat is indeed different. This is called food that is not given out for free, right? Fu Lei's father continued to stare at Jingtan. Jingtan was annoyed by his father's stare. He jumped off the stool and walked into the room. In the room, Xiong and the others were listening to Fu Lei's bragging. Xiong was especially envious of him learning martial arts when he was young. After staying there for half an hour, Zhao Yuan suggested that they leave. They would be scolded if they went back too late. It's too late today. We have to go home. We'll come back next time if we have the chance, Zhao Yuan said. Okay, there are still some things that we can talk about at school tomorrow. Oh right, tomorrow afternoon after dinner, you can go to Tsinghua University sports field with us to exercise. Xiong was still talking to Fu Lei. Jingtan was already squatting at the door. He was a little impatient. Looking at the sky outside, it was already dark. He didn't know how the security here was. Since it wasn't too late and there were still some pedestrians on the road, he should hurry back. He didn't want to run into those gangsters who wanted to rob him. Fu Lei was good at fighting, but these guys were not good at fighting. They even had 2 girls with them. Fu Lei's father took his jacket. It's late now. I'll send you guys back. We don't want to run into those gangsters outside. Anyway, this place is not far from Tsinghua University. His words made Jingtan feel relieved. With such a strong martial artist around, the kids would definitely be fine. Fu Lei didn't want to stay at home, so he sent Zhao Yuan and the others to Tsinghua University with his father. On the way, he saw the black cat following beside them. He even asked Zhao Yuan a few questions about cats. When it came to talking about his cat, Zhao Yuan became more talkative and talked a lot. They talked and laughed and felt that time passed quickly. Soon, they were standing at the side door. Little Pomelo went over to push the car out. Jingtan jumped into the basket. As for Zhao Yuan and the others, they followed little Pomelo's car and ran back to the east side courtyard. On the other side, Fu Lei's father was sending them to Tsinghua University's side door. He looked at the kids and the words on the side door. He patted the back of Fu Lei's head and said, "Remember to get along well with them. It's good for you." Fu Lei didn't say a word. "Did you hear that?" Fu Lei's father patted him again. "I heard that patting the back of the head can easily make people stupid," Fu Lei said. "You little brat." Fu Lei's father was about to slap Fu Lei's head again. He thought about it and stopped. He patted Fu Lei's shoulder instead. Many people who didn't go to university had a strong desire to go to university. Just like Fu Lei's father, when they stood at the entrance of the university, the feelings that had been buried deep in their hearts for decades seemed to break through the soil. They didn't have a chance to go to university in this lifetime, so they hoped that their children would be able to go to such a university. No matter how high his expectations were, in his heart, he didn't expect Fu Lei to go to a good university, let alone Tsinghua University. In fact, as long as it was a university, he would be satisfied. The next day, after school, Fu Lei and Zhao Yuan agreed to go to Tsinghua University's sports field for training after dinner. There were only 2 days left until the sports meet on Friday and Saturday. They had to hurry. After eating at home, Fu Lei wiped his mouth and took his school bag. He was ready to go out. Fu Lei's father followed him. If the training was too late at night, he would come back with his son. On the other hand, Fu Lei's father also wanted to walk around this famous university in the country. He didn't have many opportunities to go to work. Zhao Yuan and Xiong had told them the location of the sports field. The father and son were prepared to ask around if they couldn't find the place. However, they didn't expect to see Zhao Yuan's black cat squatting on a staircase when they entered the side door. After seeing Fu Lei and his son, Xingtan came down from the staircase and stretched. He brought the two of them to the sports field. He specially came to pick them up. There were many roads in Tsinghua University, and there were several sports fields. Even some students from Tsinghua University might not be able to tell which was which. Therefore, Xingtan came here early to wait for them. He didn't want the two of them to walk around randomly and waste time. "Your classmate's cat is very good," Fu Lei's father said to Fu Lei as he looked at the cat leading the way. Chapter 121. When Xingtan brought Fu Lei and his son over, Zhao Yuan and the others were warming up. Some people who played soccer or jogged around were already familiar with these kids. Some even came over to greet them and talk about the past again. After bringing them over, Xingtan jumped onto the steps and lay down beside little Pomelo, ready to watch them train. In addition to the long-distance running, Zhao Yuan and the others also wanted to see how well the sprints worked. The finale of the sports meet, the 4x100-meter relay, was an important event. In addition to cooperation, they also needed to determine the first, second, and third runners, as well as the last sprinter. Xiong called Fu Lei over to discuss. Fu Lei's father was next to them, sitting at the bottom of the steps. He looked at the kids and sometimes looked at the scenery around the sports field. Xingtan looked at him and guessed that he was thinking about something again. Zhao Yuan and the others ran 2 laps with Fu Lei and then stopped. Fu Lei then started his 3rd lap. It seemed that he could still run a few more laps. Fu Lei's father was next to them, looking at Fu Lei on the track with a smile. Even though he usually beat up Fu Lei, he was quite proud of his son. At least his son had some merits, right? Fu Lei ran 4 laps before he stopped. Although he looked very tired, Xingtan felt that he could still continue. It was just his first time running today, so he needed to conserve some energy. Seeing Fu Lei slowly walking over, Xiong and the others surrounded him and handed him water and towels. Fu Lei's father, who was sitting next to them, was laughing so hard that his eyes disappeared. On Thursday night, they had another training session, focusing on the relay. Some kids from nearby came over. Zhao Yuan, Lan Tianzhu, and Fu Lei made up a 4-person relay. The fastest runner was still Fu Lei. Xiong let Fu Lei be the last runner. As for Xiong, he could not run by himself. He was only strong, so he could throw the shot put. On Friday morning, after Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma left, little Pomelo reluctantly went to school. Today, there was an 800 yuan and 1,500 yuan competition. It was a pity that she could not watch it. Tan watched little Pomelo enter the school and then rushed to Zhao Yuan's school. This time, he did not take a stroll on the fence. Instead, he was jogging. There was a big tabby cat lying on the fence. It must have just come out to look for food. It was squatting there with its head down, licking its paws and wiping its face. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and it looked at the other side of the wall in shock. Just as it looked over, a black shadow jumped over its head. Its gaze followed the jumping figure. It raised its head, turned its head, and then looked back at the black shadow that had landed on the wall and continued to run away. After a few seconds, the cat remembered that it had not finished licking its paws and turned its head to continue licking. When he was almost at Zhao Yuan's school, Tan sped up. In front of him, there was a big cat that had just jumped on the fence. It was yawning. Tan did not slow down. He rushed over and jumped again. The yawning big cat was about to stretch when it was scared by Tan's action. It slipped and almost fell off the fence. After it climbed back up the fence, it looked at the black shadow that was running away. It raised its hind legs and scratched its ears. It shook its head and looked at the passing crowd to amuse itself. The people on the street were in a hurry. No one paid attention to the black cat running on the fence. Maybe they were used to seeing cats on the fence. It did not matter if it was a white cat or a black cat. There was nothing to be concerned about. In this area, people and cats always maintained their own pace of life and did not interfere with each other. When Tan arrived at the field of Zhao Yuan's school, the opening ceremony was in progress. He looked around and saw many square formations in school uniforms on the field. After looking around, Tan did not find any tall trees or a suitable place to watch the sports meet. Finally, Tan's gaze fell on the wall behind the commander's desk. A huge poster was pasted on the wall, and a banner hung at the top of it. Tan walked over from the stairs and looked at the wall from the side. Although the wall was not very thick, it was wide enough for him to squat there and watch the situation on the field. At this time, the leader on the commander's desk was talking. The so-called simple explanation had been going on for 20 minutes. Many students in the square formation below were impatient. They whispered to each other and were glared at by the head teacher. After a while, they began to whisper again. Tan could feel their resentment even though he was far away. But soon, some students noticed the black cat approaching the commander's desk. They stopped whispering and stared at the black cat. It was much more interesting than listening to the leader's speech. Zhao Yuan was originally chatting with Suan, who was standing next to him, using a secret signal that only they knew. Suddenly, Fu Lei, who was standing behind him, poked him and pointed his chin forward. "Look at the commander's desk." Hearing Fu Lei's words, Zhao Yuan was still wondering what was going on. When he looked over, he saw his cat standing on the top step and striding towards the commander's desk with its head held high. Suan and the others also saw this scene. There were many black cats in the city, but when they saw the cat, they were sure that it was Zhao Yuan's cat. Other than his cat, no other cat would be so bold as to calmly run towards the commander's desk in front of so many people. Zhao Yuan's eyes twitched. He had heard about the military training from Zhao Wei. His cat must have found a good place to observe. He just didn't know if it would cause any awkward effects. Tan didn't care what others thought. After arriving at the commander's desk, it jumped directly onto the wall. The banner hanging on the wall was slightly higher than the top of the wall. Jing Tan squatted behind it. The people outside could only see a black cat's head. The leader standing on the commander's desk didn't notice at all. He was still talking. On the sports field, friendship comes first, competition comes second, Jing Tan yawned. Who would believe such nonsense? Without friendship, competition came first. What friendship did people who didn't know each other talk about friendship? Many people said that yawning was contagious. Therefore, the students, who had been overly excited yesterday and were feeling sleepy after listening to the boring speech of the station leader, suddenly felt even more sleepy after seeing Jing Tan yawn twice in a row. Jing Tan tugged at the red banner in front of her out of boredom. She looked at the bald head of the leader who was speaking. Was this because he was tired? When the leader finally finished his speech and announced the start of the sports meet, the group of people let out a sigh of relief. The leader was still sitting there. There was a row of people sitting on the commander's desk. They were the judges for the first event. Jing Tan didn't expect the first event to be broadcast gymnastics. Only the first-year students had this event. The second and third-year students didn't have it. There were more than 10 classes in the first year. They weren't arranged according to class number. It was completely based on drawing lots. It was fairer this way. No one complained about when to appear. It was all based on luck. Zhao Yuan's class was in 4th place. It wasn't bad. The second and third years had already left. Some of them were watching from the side. The athletes were doing some warm-ups. At the same time, they were watching the first years do the silly things they had experienced in the past. Many people felt that when they were doing the broadcast gymnastics seriously, they looked especially silly. Jing Tan leaned against the background wall and peeked his head out to look down. Many people tried their best to do every movement well under the eyes of the school leaders. Moreover, it was a competition. However, if they overdid it, they would appear a little stiff. Coupled with their serious and childish faces, Jing Tan really wanted to laugh. However, Jing Tan wanted to see the performance of Zhao Yuan's class. When the third class came over, the fourth class was preparing and waiting at the side. Xiong was standing in front of the group. From what Jing Tan saw just now, the ones standing in front of the group were the leaders. They didn't have to be the sports committee members. Moreover, the leaders in front of them were all beautiful girls. Suddenly, there was a beast in this class. When it was finally Zhao Yuan's class, Jing Tan felt that Zhao Yuan and the others were already a little stiff. Just as Jing Tan thought, Zhao Yuan felt uncomfortable when he saw his cat watching him. Why did he feel like his cat was waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Zhao Yuan finally understood how Zhao Wei felt during the freshman military training at Tsinghua University. In fact, Zhao Yuan should be glad that there was only Jing Tan this time. No other cats came. The music started. Xiong, the fat and strong guy, was wearing a school uniform and white gloves. He stood in front of the group and led the exercises seriously. Although it looked a little weird, and people who didn't know better would definitely think that this was a mistake on the head teacher's part, this just happened to be the smart part of their head teacher. Actually, letting Xiong lead the drill also had the effect of showing his face. Many people sitting on the command platform knew Xiong. Before school started, Xiong's mother had already met these leaders and teachers. The leader sitting in the center looked at Xiong with a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. The leader of the class who just walked over didn't have this kind of treatment. Unfortunately, Xiong didn't pay attention to the school leader at all. It was rare for him to have a straight face. Jing Tan still wanted to laugh. Each class only had about 5 minutes. After an hour, they finished. Zhao Yuan's class was in first place, slightly ahead of the second place. The teacher of the first class had a smile on his face. Jingtan felt that the smile had a deeper meaning. Sure enough, the head teacher was not a simple character. After the broadcast exercise, the official competition began. The first morning was the 100m and 1,500-meter sprint. Zhao Yuan wasn't competing. Xiong hoped that Fu Lei could run the 100-meter sprint. Unfortunately, each person could only sign up for 2 events, so he had to give up on the 100-meter sprint. Fortunately, the person who signed up for the 100-meter sprint was good. Even if he wasn't outstanding, the head teacher wanted him to try his best to be in the top 8. Because only the top 8 would be counted. The points for the first to 8th place were 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 respectively. The last event was the relay event, and double points were counted. There were preliminaries for the 100-meter sprint, but the 1,500-meter sprint was decided directly. Fu Lei had a number tag hanging behind his back. He was warming up. After the heats of the 100-meter sprint, his 1,500-meter sprint would begin. There were only a few people around Fu Lei, including Zhao Yuan. The others were either watching the heats of the 100-meter sprint, sitting in their own class area, writing encouraging notes, or reading books. The leaders on the podium had already left. Sitting there were people from the school radio station, as well as some students who wanted to cheer for their class athletes through the microphone. A few students wanted to poke Jingtan, but the wall was too high for them to reach. They could only throw paper balls. When Jingtan was bored, he played a paper ball game with a few girls. When Jiao Ma went to Zhao Yuan with a bag of water, she pointed at the cat playing with a few girls on the podium and said, "Zhao Yuan, why is our black charcoal there?" Chapter 122. After the 100m heats, it was time for the 1,500-meter sprint. Everyone in Grade 1 Class 1 knew that the only person in their class who ran the 1,500-meter sprint was Fu Lei, the bad student who was rumored to be very good at fighting and always skipping classes. In fact, many people were not very enthusiastic about cheering for Qin Guan. It was just that there was only the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning and the 100-meter sprint final after that. Some people who had just finished watching the 100-meter sprint heats were sitting by the side leisurely eating melon seeds. They were talking about what they had seen and gossiping about which class had indeed gotten first place. Only Zhao Yuan, Xiong, and a few others accompanied Fu Lei to the 1,500-meter sprint starting point. Fu Lei himself did not care if other people came to cheer for him or not. After all, they were all unimportant people. Jingtan was lying on his side against the background wall. His head was casually resting on the edge of the wall. He was looking at the world that had rotated 90 degrees. Occasionally, his ears would twitch because of the wind that blew past. The 1,500-meter sprint had just begun. Fu Lei and the other classes were closer together. More than 10 people were running in a line around the track. Fu Lei was in the middle and at the back. But Jingtan could tell from his expression that he was not nervous at all. During the first lap, there were not many people cheering for Qin Guan. Only a few shouts could be heard once in a while. But slowly, during the second and third laps, the gap between the 10 people was getting bigger and bigger. Some people in the class were getting anxious. During the third lap, some people automatically quit. But the others, even if they were at the back, were running very slowly and still persisting. Fu Lei was in 5th place. The first 5 people were closer together. Some people in Class 1 were excited. Even if they were in 5th place, the class would get an extra 4 points. During the 4th lap, the cheers got louder. The school track was more than 300 meters. The 1,500-meter sprint took more than 4 laps. Many people liked to speed up during the last lap. The first 2 people had already started to speed up. The people behind were not willing to fall behind, except for Fu Lei. Seeing that Fu Lei was about to be overtaken by the sixth person, the students of Class 1 were anxious. The students who were eating melon seeds couldn't sit still. They squeezed to the side of the track and shouted encouragement with the rest of the class. Jingtian looked at Zhao Yuan and the others. They looked more anxious than anyone else. Their faces were red, but they did not make a sound. It was only when Fu Lei started to speed up that the few of them who had been holding back for a long time began to shout. They wished they could take his place. The finish line had been pulled up. Fu Lei's speed was getting faster and faster. The fourth and third place also felt the pressure, but their legs were not listening to them. They were almost at their limit. Starting from Zhao Yuan's side, Class 1 students started cheering for Fu Lei. Litmus ran directly to the commander's desk and snatched the microphone from the announcer's hand. She cheered along with Zhao Yuan's rhythm. The announcer sitting there glared at her, but she ignored it. There were also some second and third graders who wanted to join in the fun shouting. After shouting a few times, they asked the first graders next to them, "Who is Fu Lei?" The bespectacled student from an unknown class adjusted his glasses and said, based on their shouting, "It's either the first two or the person behind who is rushing forward like he's on steroids." For the first time, Fu Lei felt a strong sense of existence. He heard those people shouting, "Fu Lei, go!" This seemed to be the first time Fu Lei's name had been shouted by so many people in such a big occasion. They no longer looked at him with alienation and disdain. They no longer looked at him as if he was a weak student. At this moment, he was the hope of the entire class. What was a collective sense of honor? In the past, Fu Lei had always been disdainful of it. But now, he seemed to understand. There was no need to deliberately do anything or express anything. When something happened, when the situation matured, this kind of feeling naturally and uncontrollably arose. What was originally a symbolic thing became a real thing. All of his emotions found a strong point of support. It ignited the long-lost passion for fighting for first place. It was as if he had returned to that small village and fought for a wooden carving trophy. But this time, it was even more intense. Jingtian watched as Fu Lei increased his speed and quickly closed in on the second place. He then overtook and continued to close in on the person in the front. This kid really hit his strength well. Jingtian heard from Zhao Yuan that among the first graders in the 1,500-meter sprint, there were two who had joined the school's sports department. They should be the two who were running at the front. The cheers of Class 1 grew louder and louder. They couldn't control their own emotions. Some of the other people who were wandering around were also pulled over by the shouts and joined the army of cheers. Just now, an announcer on the command deck wanted to snatch the microphone from Litmus's hand. Litmus leaned to the side and avoided that person's hand. She continued to hold the microphone and shouted. Some of the people from other classes around the field didn't know and thought that the school radio station was biased. In fact, the announcers sitting there also had a belly full of bitterness. Seeing the contestant from Class 1 start to rush for first place, they didn't try to snatch the microphone anymore. At this time, it was impossible to snatch it. This little girl was too strong. Jingtian glanced at the situation on the platform and felt happy in his heart. Then, he turned his attention back to Fu Lei, who was sprinting in the last 50 meters. The student who had maintained first place until now was worthy of being called a sports student. His sprinting speed didn't seem like it was for the 1,500-meter sprint at all. However, Fu Lei was a dark horse. In the end, he took the lead by 2 steps and won first place. Although he didn't break the record, getting first place was already a big surprise for Class 1. They cheered for a long time. The event that they didn't have much hope for had become the most unexpected surprise. Jingtian looked at Fu Lei, who was being supported by Zhao Yuan and the other students of Class 1 as they left the track. He slowly swayed his tail. What was this called? A good start. The first drop of blood. This was the first official first place until now. The 1,500 meters sprint preliminaries were settled. For the first time, Class 1's head teacher looked at Fu Lei with a peaceful gaze and even a smile. This made Fu Lei have goosebumps. He felt that the serious head teacher was more normal. After the 1,500 meter sprint, the final of the 100 meter sprint also began. Those who got a good ranking were like heroes who returned in triumph, enjoying the crowd's applause and support. Those who didn't get into the top 8 silently squeezed into the mixed crowd and left the field in low spirits. After watching the competition in the morning, Xingtan got up and prepared to go back. He still had to go back to Tsinghua University at noon to accompany little Pomelo. He would come back in the afternoon. Poor Fu Lei, there were still 800 meters left in the afternoon. It would be tough for him. Other than Fu Lei's race, there were also Xiong's shot put, Lan Tianju's long jump, etc. There were many events in the afternoon, but Xingtan was only interested in Xiong's and the others. After watching her cat jump onto the wall and leave, Jiao Ma came back to take Zhao Yuan and the others to the staff cafeteria for lunch. She also took Fu Lei with her. When Xingtan came in the afternoon, the competition had already started. It was the same place. Xingtan jumped onto the background wall, stretched, and lay there, overlooking the entire field. There was no need to worry about people blocking his view. He could even see some of the long jump athletes. Xiong was second in the shot put, just a little bit behind the first place. He was very depressed because of this. For half a day, except when he was cheering for Zhao Yuan and the others, he kept a straight face. Suan and Lan Tianju also participated in the high jump and long jump. Although they weren't in the top 3, Xingtan heard from the announcer that one of them was 4th in the high jump and the other was 5th in the long jump. As for Fu Lei's 800-meter sprint, many students came to talk to him before Fu Lei ran the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. They told him to do his best and not to be too stressed. After all, the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning was already tough enough, and he still had to run the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. The 800-meter sprint was much shorter than the 1,500-meter sprint. Maybe because he was too tired in the morning competition, he only got 3rd place. But the 3rd place was enough to make the students of Class 1 happy. At least they could get a lot of points. Now, Class 1's total score was in 1st place. After watching the sports meet for a while, Xingtan got up and left. He didn't wait for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Ma. Zhao Yuan and the other boys would stay at school for a while. In the evening, Zhao Yuan went home and briefly told little Pomelo about today's competition. Then he went to bed early. He still had to run the 400-meter sprint and the relay tomorrow. The whole family went out for the next day's competition. Zhao Pa and little Pomelo also came to Zhao Yuan's school to watch the competition. Today was Saturday, so they had a rest. After arriving at the sports field, Xingtan didn't go to the commander's desk this time. Instead, he followed Zhao Pa and the others to watch the competition on a platform. Xiong's parents also came, along with a few other parents in the family courtyard. They all stood together and watched the competition. Sometimes, they would chat with other parents they knew. In the morning, Zhao Yuan got 2nd place in the heats of the 400-meter sprint. He was qualified to participate in the final in the afternoon. At noon, a large group of people didn't go to the teacher's cafeteria. Xiong's mother treated them to a relatively high-end restaurant outside. There weren't any high-end hotels nearby, so they had to make do with it. Fu Lei's parents didn't come, but they brought them with them. During lunch, the kids got together to discuss the relay in the afternoon and change their original strategy. Before they left, they looked at the positions of the runners of the 4x100-meter relay and estimated the distance of the 4th leg. They weren't sure if it was a mistake by the school, but the 2nd leg was longer. They should let the fastest runner close the gap to save time. Therefore, Fu Lei, who was supposed to be the last runner, became the second runner. Zhao Yuan, who was the second fastest, was in charge of sprinting. In the afternoon, Zhao Yuan got third place in the 400-meter sprint final. He was very satisfied with this result. He got second place in the heats and fifth place in the overall competition. He didn't expect to get better in the final. When the other events were about to end, it meant that the last and most important event was about to begin. Now, the boys' team of Class 1 was in second place, while the girls' team was in first place. They were several points ahead of the second-place team. If nothing unexpected happened, the girls' team would also get a good result. In the end, the girls' team would be in first place. Therefore, the students of Class 1 all hoped that the boys' team could get a good result. That way, Class 1 would get 2 first places. How cool would that be? Just thinking about it made them excited. Even the stingy homeroom teacher said that if the boys' team came in first, he would pay 300 yuan to buy basketball and other sports equipment for them. Jing Tan stood on Zhao Pa's shoulder and looked at the runners on the track. Just as Zhao Yuan and the others had said, Fu Lei was also very good at sprinting. When he was the second runner, he was already ahead of the rest of the runners. Some of the other classes dropped their runners midway, and some made mistakes. No matter what, they were all trying their best. At this time, the sun had begun to cool down, but the track was white-hot. A gust of wind blew. Jing Tan squinted as he looked at the track in the sunlight. These 2 days might not be a big deal to others. They were just 2 days of ordinary sports for junior high school students. However, Jing Tan had a different feeling from the bottom of his heart. In these 2 days, there were no bad students or good students on this track. The 2 people who had quarreled over a pen the day before yesterday had carried each other to the infirmary without hesitation. The 2 people who had always been clear about boundaries were now cheering for each other at the top of their lungs. Jing Tan thought back to his experience at this age. His memory was very faint and blurry. He did not seem to have any special impressions. There was also a sports meet back then. However, Jing Tan seemed to have jumped over the school wall with a few bad friends and went to the arcade. At that time, Jing Tan thought that it was just a sports meet. There was nothing to participate in and there was nothing to see. There was a sports meet every year, and there was nothing to pay attention to. What was the point of fighting like an idiot, crying, laughing, and making a fuss over a worthless ranking? When he went to high school and university, who would remember these little junior high school sports meet? However, after these 2 days, Jing Tan felt that some of the things that he thought were boring back then were no longer boring. Jing Tan saw Fu Lei wiping his tears when Zhao Yuan and the others helped him back to the rest area after the long run. He also saw Xiong almost hitting the referee when he threw the shot put for the first time. There was also a long jumper whose pants slipped when he jumped into the sandpit. How much did he miss in the past? Jing Tan looked at his hairy paws and then looked at Zhao Yuan, who had already started sprinting. The students of Class 1 were ready to welcome the joy of the double championship. If he could do it all over again, Jing Tan could only be a bystander, watching the figures running, jumping, shouting, and sweating under the sun. Jing Tan suddenly envied Zhao Yuan and the others. In this era, the children of this age were not so introverted. They did not think too far ahead. With pure and immature emotions, they only fought for the moment. They only persisted for the moment. They walked through the turning point from elementary school to high school, showing their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Perhaps in the future, the fiercer and crueler competition and the reality of survival would make them become Philistine, and they would learn to wear masks for a long time. However, when they occasionally calmed down, or when they got off work, they would carry their bags and drag their tired bodies. When they passed by an elementary school or high school, they would look at the lively and immature figures and remember the pure, hard days of the past. A person's life was decades long, and their memories were limited. Too much time would be lost in their memories. However, the shining moments that had always existed, regardless of whether they were bright or dark, could be taken out and looked at in their free time. Every single one of them would make them reminisce for a long time. Jing Tan's forehead was patted. He came back to his senses and saw Jiao Pa looking at him. Black charcoal, get ready to go home. Taking a deep breath, Jing Tan stretched his back and squinted his eyes as he yawned.